I think I went live. So I took a risk and we went out for dinner and came back. And I came back in to actually a mess going on in here, and the power was out, so I got the fan blowing directly on me because it is boiling hot. So I don't know what happened with the electricity, but I got it restored. Something tripped and interrupted the power. I think I'm live at the moment. Don't know at this point. Everything is so far up in the air that I'm not sure what the heck's going on. But I pushed the button to go live, and we are live. So let's see if we can actually do a show. As long as we don't lose the electricity and the fan is blowing directly at me, my hair looks like it's blowing. That's because I got the fan blowing straight at me. So some kind of a swarm or something came in here. I don't know what it is. If it's dangerous, I got my lighter. There we go. Oh, the fan's blowing it right out. So I'll have to get Sammy to come in here and keep me safe. See, the time you want to risk going out and coming in late, that's when everything screws up. Scotty's here. We were talking about you tonight, Scotty. We were wondering what we were going to have for dinner, and I said, oh, don't worry about it. It's going to be okay. Scotty's bringing the food. So my brother took me to dinner on Friday night, which is a time I normally don't go out. I'm a little leery. I don't like bugs. So let's see what Scotty's saying. Maybe Scotty will make me calm down. Okay. Scotty is, it's Sammy was up first, and he's going, hope everybody is doing well. Okay, so that camera is doing good. Okay, and Sammy is saying hello. Scotty has brought some roasted barbecue chicken. I can have that. Good boy, Scotty. What happened? I just take off the barbecue sauce on the outside, eat the chicken, and I'll be happy. Potato salad. Well, you guys will have the potato salad because that's too high in the carbohydrates for me. Corn on the cob, strawberry cheesecake, and happy birthday to Sly Reader. Well, if you had brought some of Peter's homemade coleslaw, I can have the barbecue chicken and the homemade coleslaw. So I made a whole bunch of videos. So you guys that are on the Patreon channel, you're going to get a lot of videos. They're going to be coming out next week. And we're going to have a very, very good time. So there's Randy. He's probably sitting in his chair, eating his dinner, or ate his dinner by now, probably falling asleep. So I came in here, and some kind of a swarm came in and got into the electrical. And suddenly the power is in question, and I don't want the cameras to get damaged. So I really didn't know what to do. So I just started to wing it. What do they call it? A wing and a prayer or something like that? I think I could centerize that camera better. That's better. See my hair blowing? So because the power was out and the room got hot, I'm a little worried about the cameras overheating. So I got the fans on the camera, blowing on the camera, but I said, I need a fan on me. I'm the one that's hot. I don't mean hot in that way. I mean hot in hot. I'm hot. I had such a nice dinner. I had turkey, and I cheated a little bit. I had mashed potatoes, but I didn't eat them all. I did bring the leftovers home, and that is what I've got. Now, I do have a little bit of changing cameras, so if you're the nosy type, you will be looking up here, and you'll see we have a juicy, delicious 85 millimeter lens on this camera at 1.8. So this is the one that's got like the FX3 and the A7S Mark III sensor in it, but it's the E1. And it looks really, really good. So the picture is great. We got some, a few changes this week. Switch around of some lenses. Switch around of some camera bodies. I had one here on the desk. I don't know where it went. I must have moved it over there. I think I tried to protect the camera. Then whatever was swarming, I didn't know if I was going to get bitten. So that's why I decided I am going to take cover. But instead of taking cover, you know what I did? I got the vacuum cleaner out, the wet dry vacuum. I started going, all right, bugs, you go ahead, come for me. So I sucked out the electrical sockets. The fan fell over, so let me go put the fan where it belongs. So I don't want the cameras to overheat because it's quite warm in here. So give me a second. You'll live without me. Hold on. Just want to make it so that the I put one over here to blow on the cameras because I don't want the cameras to get overheated. Okay, so it is blowing straight on the camera now. There we go. Okay, now the camera should be all right. So the problem is if I'm warm, the problem is I know you can't hear me with me walking around. Problem is if I'm warm, I am concerned about the cameras, okay? So that is why I got up. The fan was not facing to blow, especially on the Eleanor. The E10, I've never really had the E10 overheat. Do you have an E10? If you have an E10 and it's overheated, good golly, Miss Molly, let me know. Well, not now. Wait till after the show because I don't want to be worried. Why should I be worried? So where did I leave off? Randy was saying, looking good, Peter. And Sammy is saying, oh, Mr. Candle. You know, Sammy made a short for me on the big channel. Okay. So I wanted to see how the camera would respond with the this lighter. And I can't be in the breeze over here. Ow. Let's see if I can light this candle. I told you I got the fan blowing on me. Okay. So now you guys can get mesmerized. I better put the candle in the plate because this is a cloth. So after all that we had going on tonight, we definitely don't need a fire. That's the last thing we need is a fire. So I put the candle in the plate. No, it's right in the wind. I got the fan blowing right on me because the room heated up, which means the camera's heated up. And you know, the cameras and the heat, they don't go too well together. So that's Mr. Candle. So anyway, I did a video of me lighting the candle with no light in the room. I kind of wanted to see what happened. And Sammy said, oh, send that video to me. I said, okay, Sammy, if that's what you want, I'll send it to you. And he made a short for me. Right out of the clear blue sky, Sammy just made a short. Okay, so let me get comfortable in the chair. We'll be here a while, at least an hour. Now, if the power goes out, everything's going down. Okay, so you've been warned. That's what will have happened. I will have no way to communicate with you. Sly is in the air, in the friendly skies somewhere. I think it was today. And I think, when is her birthday? Is it today or is it Saturday? I got myself confused. Oh, I went on her show last night. And I sang happy birthday to her last night. So I went something like, happy birthday to Sly. Happy birthday to Sly. Happy birthday, dear Sly. Happy birthday to you. I'm moving the candle over to this side. Oh, it's just as windy over there as it is over there. Actually, I think it's more windy over there. Better put it back. Let's see if this candle can make it all the way through the end of the show. I got the fan blowing right on the Peter, the person. Don't get smart, okay? Let's turn off the church hall. And so I sang her birthday. Now, I don't know if it's her birthday again yesterday, today, or tomorrow, but it doesn't matter. She gets the full treatment. And so we're up and running. I'm a little shaky because I've been through a lot in the last 4 years. I've been going live. I think it was 2021. I think, was it 2020 or 2021 when I first started to go live? So I've had so many different things happen, but I never walked into my own studio, had a swarm of something, and the first thing I thought was wasps or bees. Oh, dear Lord. I'm going to get my shotgun. I'm going to shoot these guys. But they seemed to like the electricity, the plugs and something, and I was having a problem with the power. So what do you do when you have a problem with the power? You got to be extra careful. So the first thing I did was I put the fan on, because it's like if I'm hot and we're going live, the cameras are hot. So that's what we had going on. I'm sure Shane is sitting there laughing. Oh, I've been there, Peter. I've been through power failures and all kinds of stuff like that. Well, I do have battery backups, but you know, I don't think I had a battery backup for the switch, which I'm going to have to take care of, because I have 1, 2, 3, 4 computers in here, and in order to connect them to the internet, I gotta have the internet cable going through the switch. So, if you're in the air and you can hear me, put your seatbelt up. Put your seatbelt on up there, girl. Don't be flying up there. Don't put your seatbelt on. That plane can drop 300 feet if it hits an air pocket. And your head and the ceiling will have a meeting. So I got the AC running, but it's going to take a while to make the room cool. And I got 1, 2, 3 fans running. 2 of the fans normally run in here. One for the cameras and one just gently give me a nice breeze. Okay, so now I have the other fan that I normally have turned off, and I have it blowing directly at me. So that's keeping me cool. It's keeping the fans cool, the cameras cool. Eric, I haven't seen you in a while, buddy. Where have you been? Did you get mad at me? Did you leave? When I said get out of town, I didn't mean literally get out of town. Okay. All I meant was, get out of town. That was just kind of like a phrase, just something to say. So if I say get out of town, that doesn't mean get in your car and leave. So anyway, I'm glad you're back. So I've actually put quite a few videos up on the Patreon channel this week. Been having a good time with different things. And if you're not aware of it, Eric and anybody else, Patreon has where you could put your videos up there, and I lowered it down to $1 because I didn't want it to be at a price where people couldn't afford to go in. Okay, so I put it to $1. But now they've introduced something else new. I could put so many videos up for free, meaning you don't even have to have paid the $1. So some of the videos I put up will be behind the $1. I know it's a big price, and some people just can't afford the $1. Okay, and some of them will be free. So I'm not sure, but I think I put the link to the Patreon channel down below. So I'm doing a lot of walking in the yard, comparing some lenses, comparing some camera bodies, and I did one where I lit a candle. Sammy said, send me that. I sent him the video, and he made a short for me of the candle burning. And then I think he made a second one, but I don't think I loaded it yet. And that's with me lighting the candle. And he took the song that, the doo-wah, you got a thing about you, doo-wah. You da da la 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 doo-wah. I think I love you, Eleanor, love me. So the camera that you're watching right now that is pumping through, she is called Eleanor because it's the E1. So an E and a 1 is the beginning of the word Eleanor. So she got the name Eleanor. And I call that camera Eleanor because I just recorded a song called Eleanor. So you're looking at Eleanor. She's about to leave. We're going to go to a different camera. Now, this camera hasn't been here before. Oh, actually, wait, it has. This camera has been here before. I forgot. It must be the excitement. So my brother decided he was taking me for dinner. So I should have said no and go and take my nap. And instead I said yes. So I went for dinner and I figured, oh, we got enough time. We'll be in here just in time. And I actually got back home 10 minutes early. So if everything was fine and the bridge wasn't up, nobody would have known that I went out for dinner on a Friday night. Another Friday night and I ain't got nobody. I got some money 'cause I just got paid. How I wish I had someone to talk to. That's me. I'm moving the cameras around. Okay, I'm just getting them more set up. So I got my favorite green shirt on. My hair is blowing because I got a camera blowing directly on me. So that is what we got. So I put up some Patreon videos. So I took my little ZV-1, the cheapie, the little tiny camera, and I did a walk around the yard to see how that camera would handle it. Okay, and I put that video up, or I will put that video up on the Patreon channel. And the exciting thing that happened for this week is we had a huge mountain of trash. Okay, when I say a huge mountain of trash, I'm not kidding. And it got picked up today. Today was trash day for, what is it, the odds or the evens. So I had all that trash. It was almost as tall as me, at least up to my chest height, almost to my shoulder. And it went on for maybe about 15 feet. So we've been changing the floor tiles, the carpeting, some of the old couches that didn't work anymore, and all that got piled and piled and piled in there on the patio. And you guys that have been watching the Patreon channel, as I go out of the kitchen to go to the pool, you are seeing a mountain of trash. So I can't put the trash out in the street like 2 weeks ahead of time. Okay, somebody would complain. Some bad man would complain against us. So during the week of was fine. So we piled it up and we put a lot of things of cleaning out different parts of the house. And it looked formidable, I have to tell you. So today was trash day for us, which is different from garbage day. We have garbage day twice a week. I don't know how often do they pick up the garbage where you're at. So we have garbage twice a week. But garbage is not the same thing as trash. Trash is the boxes that come from Amazon. Trash is the bottle of Clorox that you emptied out, which should go in the recycle bin, but I don't get it that often. So I don't want that hanging around for 6 months. So today was trash day. So I actually made a video of the big claw coming down and picking up the old carpet, and the claw coming down and picking up the old paneling, and the claw coming down and picking up pieces of the couch and pieces of just junk that we've accumulated in the house. And so I videoed that. So I will put that up on the Patreon channel for you guys that have that interest, and you could watch. So some of the videos that I'm putting up on the Patreon channel are going to be free and open. And some of them are going to be behind the $1 wall. So if you pay the $1, okay, I know it's such a steep thing. I make a joke of it. But for some people, the $1 is hefty. That's why I'm using the free part. So some of them are going to be if you support the starving artist, which is me. Okay, now that ZVE1 is just too low, okay? It's kind of annoying me. So let's go and move that camera, okay? Let's go move that camera a little bit. So you won't be able to hear me while I'm walking there, but you'll survive. Hold on, okay? I'm going to go and raise that camera up a little tiny, weeny bit. And I probably will mess it up, but that's okay. You all have dealt with me before, okay? So let's see what that looks like. So I'm just kind of moving Eleanor around a little bit. And of course it changed cameras. I want to see Eleanor. Where did Eleanor go? Oh, I moved it up too much. Or I moved it down too much. All right, so now I have to go over there and move it again. Okay. And yes, the wind is blowing. Don't worry about it. You'll live. You'll live. Maybe if I put a little hairspray or something. Okay, so it's gonna move. Don't get shaken up. Okay. All right. Let's see. This is why it's good to have a geared ball head or something. You just turn the gears. All right, that's a little better. So you know how I'm going to fix it for right now? I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Then I'm going to move this around. And voila. That's just the way I like it. How you doing, Eleanor? Did you miss me? You got scared because you didn't have electricity, right? So Eleanor must have gotten scared. I know she got a little overheated, but she didn't give me there's no overheating warnings going on. So my throat is a little dry. So I had turkey tonight. What did you guys eat? All right, so let's go. And Shane is here. He's in Australia, so he's saying that Peter is live. I said hi to Eric. Bop, 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 bop. Sammy says Peter will be jealous. I had pasta soup tonight from the pizza shop and some Oh my God, Sammy. Did you save any for me? I want some. Pasta for soup and pizza. Oh, he got it from the pizza shop. So Sammy knows. And thank God Sammy didn't mention ice cream. I love ice cream. Okay. Remember to watch Peter's new short. Sammy made the new short for me. Okay, so you guys know who edited it. Sammy gave the time. He put in the audio, and it's on the big channel as a short. Okay, and he made 2 of them. I uploaded one, and I still have to upload the other one. So that's credit to Sammy. What a beautiful boy he is. He did all that for me. All I did was mention it, and he just took over. Eric says, I love the Christmas CD. Eric, wait a minute. Did I get knocked out or something, and I'm waking up at Christmas? I know you got a Christmas CD, right, Eric? So I'm not sure why you're loving it now, but you know who? I listen to my Christmas songs all year long, but then it's me. I think I sound good, okay? I know Sammy drives around playing my Christmas CD in the car. So maybe my Christmas CD will get famous in the summer. Eric, you're starting a trend, big guy. What are you doing? Okay, so Sammy says, I have a big surprise for you. Oh, Sammy, what surprise do you have? Sammy, what surprise do you have? Did you buy something? Oh my goodness, Sammy, what did you buy? Does it take lenses that start with the letter C? Sammy, Bo, Sammy, banana, nana, fo, Sammy, fee, fi, fo, Sammy, Sammy, what are you doing over there, Sammy? There we go, that's better. Okay, so I like to have like an inch or less at the top. Okay, so that's why I enlarged it a little bit. All right, so now we will, Mark is here too. Oh my God, I got the one night that I thought I was going to have smooth sailing. Everybody's coming in, but you guys, you know, you're all part of my family. So you're probably wondering, Peter, what happened? What happened? Can I help? Well, if you were here, you probably would have stepped in to help. Honestly, you would. You would have stepped in to help. So, hey, Peter, how's it going? Peter would buy the Z8. Would you buy the Z8 or the Sony A7 AR7 IV? So the R5 or the Z8. Now, do you want to save some money? Okay, I can make a suggestion. You can get the Canon R8, which the overheating problem is 98% solved. 8K camera, does great job. I've seen them as low as 2,800, 2,850, and you're talking about $1,000 off. And I actually think it's from Canon. I think it's on the Canon refurbished site, which comes with its full 1-year warranty as if you were buying it new. So if you want to consider that, that would be good. So let me answer Mark's question. All right. So honestly, Mark, I'll give you my honest answer. Okay. I would buy the Z8. The Z8 is basically the 850 in mirrorless form, and the 850 is one of Nikon's highest rated, best solid camera. And the Z8, the feeling you get in your hands when you hold the Z8, it's not the same as when you hold the A7, AR7. It's the A7R5 is the right term. A7, so it's an A7 camera, and the model is the R5. And that's what made me think if you're going to buy an R5 on Sony, you could probably save a lot of money, get a camera that's equal to it, almost. There's some little things in there that I really don't like it's got the mini HDMI, which is silly. Canon should be spanked, should be put over the design team, the US management should be put over somebody's knee and get a bare butt spanking for putting crap like that in that camera. Okay, so I would buy the Z8. And it's strictly because I personally believe it's a better camera. I really do. More solid. And knowing it being in your hands, Mark, I think the camera is going to enhance your skill set, which is pretty high because I have seen your pictures. So, how you doing, Mark? I love you. Thank you for being here. I haven't seen you in a while, so I think that's great. And Eric says, I use the 90D in the 4K full mode for a 2-hour session, and it felt warm. Not hot, just warm. The 90D is a very solid camera. So Sly bought that, but she got a lemon. Okay? She brought it here. I'm basically one of the only people that used her 90D. She finally sold it. And who she sold it to, that person turned around and sold it. So there was a problem in that camera because the 90D is a very solid camera. It's actually a very, very solid camera. So since I mentioned Sly, that caused Eric to say, happy birthday to Sly. Happy birthday to Sly. Happy birthday, dear Sly. Happy birthday to you. So she told me which day was her birthday, Friday, Saturday. I know Sunday is Mother's Day. So for all the mothers that are in here, Sly, and if Evelyn's in here, Evelyn is Scotty's mother, okay? So let's say Happy Mother's Day to the moms. Happy Mother's Day to the moms. Happy Mother's Day, dear Mama. Happy Mother's Day to the moms. I got to bring that closer, so all I have to do is just tap it and turn my reverb on and off. I call it my church button. I sound like I'm in a big cathedral. So Sammy says it's on Saturday. Thank you, Sammy. She said that many times on the stream last night. Her birthday is on Saturday. I was so confused because I thought it was Friday, but it was Thursday. I went in and I sang happy birthday to her. Thank God Sammy's around. Keep my butt straight, okay? So we're singing happy birthday 1 day early and 2 days early. And who knows, maybe on the Patreon channel, I'll just sing a happy birthday and put up a 1-minute channel, or maybe I'll make a short. Sammy, you want me to make a happy birthday and you could turn it into a short and I'll put it up? So she'll have a happy birthday short. Eric says, I hate paper wasps. I hate any kind of wasps. We had a wasp problem at my own place. Not fun, not good. My buddy Roy is here. He flew in all the way from Australia. Down under. Down under. How you feeling tonight, Roy? Roy has been under the weather. Those of you guys that have been praying for him, I'm sure he would say thank you if he was able to come in. Okay. So he did have a stroke. Okay. But he is recovering more rapidly. And that's probably because we're all a big family and you guys have been praying for him. So it's important when I ask you to pray for someone that you do it. I know a lot of you guys are praying people. You say your prayers. So I did say, please pray for Roy because he had a stroke and we want God's intervention on him. So I did see him live the other day. I forgot where. Oh, Jeff's channel. Okay. Selective imagery. He looked good. Okay. I don't know if he's able to walk because with a camera, you're not walking around. So I don't know how he's walking, how he's talking and all that kind of stuff. But he's able to get on the camera and show his face, which is wonderful. Thank you, Jesus. I'm a Christian guy. I can say that. Okay, Travis is here. Travis Varga Films. Christmas room looking extra crisp. Now that's a compliment from a film guy. Okay, when a film guy, I got the fan blowing on me. Actually, the room has started to cool down a little bit, which is great. I don't know if it's enough for the cameras. So if we lose a camera, you'll know why. Okay, but I could feel it blowing on this side of my head. And so this ear is getting a little chilly. So that means that the rule is actually cooling down. So Sammy does watch the Patreon channel, and he says he loves the Patreon videos. All right, so let me make that fan blow a little up because I don't want to get like a cold in my ear. So I'm walking to the fan. No, I'm not turning it off because it's still too warm to turn it off. But I'm going to make it face up just a little bit, so it doesn't blast me. You know how sometimes you just don't want to get blasted? Okay, so now it's hitting me right at the top of my head, which is perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. So Sammy says, I am loving. Sammy is loving the Patreon videos. I got a table in here now, so I can actually sit comfortably at the table, roll the chair up, cross my arms, lean forward, and say, hey, how are you doing? Thank you for coming in tonight. Isn't that cool? I kind of like standing up, too. But the cameras are all set up for me to sit down tonight. So, Eric, at least paper wasps aren't as aggressive as other wasps. Well, if I'm in the closed room, I think I'm a little bit scared. But thank you for that. Thank you for that. But I don't know what it is that they are. And I don't want to be introduced to them. I don't want to know. I just want them gone. So I'm going to go find my bug light. I wonder, are they attracted to that blue light? Because I have one of those blue light bug lights. And I'll put that in here and close the door. So all night tonight, they can be attracted to the blue light. I hope they're attracted to blue light. So Sammy is putting up the link for the Patreon channel. And there it is. I don't know if it's clickable, but that's where it is. And I think I also have it in the description below. Okay? So if you want to see all the kind of stuff that I'm doing, during the week, I record almost a daily vlog. I call it almost a daily vlog because it's almost daily. Sometimes, like today, I think I put up 2 vlogs on the Patreon channel. And someday, if there's absolutely nothing going on, or I got a tummy ache or something, it doesn't get any. But most of the time, it's a daily vlog. And that's what the Patreon channel is all about. Plus, they've opened up where I can actually have some of my videos free. Did I just see something fly around here? Should have gotten me a fly swatter. That's what I should have done. I'm sorry. This is life or death situation, so I'm just looking to see because I don't want a wasp to decide to have me for dinner. Didn't go in my water. Why would it go in my water? So thank you, Sammy. So that's the link to the Patreon channel. There's lots of good videos there. Now, be warned that that channel is like a play area for me. It's like inviting you into my house. And whatever I'm doing that day, I'm recording it. So if I'm making a smoothie, if I'm making a steak, if I'm washing the dishes, if I'm playing with a new lens, if a new camera came in from B&H and I'm unpacking it, that's where I do the daily videos. So you'll see the animal in his own habitat. So you'll see me in the house, and you'll see me doing what I do in my house, in my backyard, on the patio. So today I walked around the yard with the little baby ZV-1. Remember that the little it's got a built-in lens and all that. I wanted to see how it was going to do. So that's what's on the Patreon channel. I think that one I put up today without it being behind the $1 paywall. So the $1 paywall is there because that's the way they started it. Patreon is a channel for people to support people that are artists and stuff like that. You know, the starving artist routine, all right? But they do start it at a minimum of $1. So I lowered it down to $1, figuring, okay, that's good. If a person is willing to pay $1 to watch me all month long, cool. So now they've introduced where I can actually put up some of the same videos for free, meaning you just go there and watch them like you do YouTube. So the channel is where Sammy put it up, okay? This is where it is, right there. And I will be putting up what I'm allotted for free. And if you happen to like it and you want to pay the $1, knock yourself out. Pay the $1. If you're one of those, and it's a matter of principle. I believe videos on the internet should be free. It's a matter of principle. Well, I will have some free ones there for you too. Right? So the big deal is it's not on the YouTube platform. Because YouTube, Sammy's entire channel got shut down. Scared the crap out of me. Why would they close down his channel? He's got it back. But they could do at will what they want. That's very unsettling. I don't want to wake up tomorrow and find, oh, my YouTube channel is gone. Now I have to go fight to get it back because I don't even know why it left. They don't tell you, okay? I've actually had 2 videos removed saying that I violated the terms of service. Goodbye. And they take the video down. No explanation as to why. Oh, yeah, there is an explanation. I violated the terms of service. How I violated the terms of service, they don't even give you a clue. Okay? And not only that, they took it down like 8. One was 8 months and one was 10 months from now, back. I don't remember what I did 10 months ago. And because I moved over from a Mac Mini to the Mac Studio, I didn't happen to have a copy of that video. So I'm left in the dark. I don't know what I did wrong. So that kind of I had a very unsettled feeling. So I said, I have to start looking and start creating another platform. Now, this is not just for me, and I'm not just bloviating here, okay? This is for you, too. Also, you know, if you have a channel, you need to have a backup plan. I never planned to have a backup plan. Why would I need one? I'm talking about cameras. Seriously. How can you violate the terms of service with cameras? Okay, apparently I did. Maybe somebody complained. So now I'm on the Patreon channel. And I guess they're realizing that people are starting to create backup channels and stuff. So they allowed me to lower the minimum for anyone to be a member of my Patreon channel to $1 a month. That's not bad. Okay, so that got me interested, and I said, that is not bad at all. And so I've been doing that. I don't know how long. Maybe I've been doing it for a month. Okay. But ever since I got a little concerned, let's use the word concerned, okay? Ever since I got a little bit concerned, I've been wanting to move and have a secondary backup channel. So on Patreon, they did, I lowered it to $1, but now I can have some where you don't even have to be a member of Patreon. You could just go watch it. It's like another YouTube. And I'm going, yes, somebody please do a competition for YouTube. So maybe they're starting to wake up. I don't know. And so now they allow me to put the free videos. So go to the Patreon channel. Join my Patreon. I'm asking you. That's a way to support me. And I think you could join for free. Just as a member of my Patreon channel. That ain't happening. That's kind of like subscribing, isn't it? Okay. So here is Docking and Friedman, LLC. No, it's Docking and Friedman Recording. It's Carlos from another account. Yay, my friend Carlos. An excellent filmmaker. He is one of the friends of Sammy. And he actually does work together with Sammy in creating. They're creative. They do creative projects. So I don't know if you're aware of it, Carlos, but Sammy did a short, because I don't do shorts, okay? But he knew how to do it. He did it. He made 2 of them for me. So I loaded up one, and either tonight or tomorrow, I'll load up the other one. Basically, it was very simple. I took this candle, I took this lighter, and I lit it. That was my short. I just realized, did I blow the candle out or did it go out by itself? I think I lit this candle once before. So let's take this over here. So I did raise the fan. So when it comes back around where you can see a little bit lower on the table, you'll be able to check out my fan, my candle. You can see the very tip of the candle right there at the bottom. Okay. So there it is. That's the candle right there. Okay. So now you can see the candle. Let's turn it. So next week when I don't have a fan blowing on me and God willing and the bridge isn't up, if I remember, I will light that again. So thank you, Docking and Friedman. It sounds like a law firm. Docking and Friedman Recording. It's Carlos. And Carlos is a friend of mine. So, all good stuff. So, Sammy says, I named the E1 Eleanor. All right, let's give Sammy the credit. Everybody give Sammy a round of applause. Because you did a good job, Sammy. Eleanor. That is, Eleanor is the name of my favorite camera. But all the cameras in here do really good. I've been tuning them in better and better and better and better. They look crisper and better colors, better lenses. And we actually have quite an assortment of cameras. I actually have a table camera. Okay, I don't think I turned it on. I want to see if I get the candle in there. Hold on. Hold on. Keep your pantyhose on. Let me turn on that one. Oh, I can't reach it. What happened to Peter? What happened to Peter? He's not in his chair. Where did Peter go? You guys asked for it. Okay, so let's see what happens if I put on the overhead cam. Okay. Oh, look at that. You can see my hands, but I want the candle to show. So let's put the candle right, let's get it right there. There we go. So now, if anybody wants to see my candle, let's bring that over here. Okay, that's a little too close to me. Sorry, you're just not going to you're not going to see the plate. I'm going to just move that a little bit away. Okay, so let's go back to real cameras where you actually get to see a human. I'm the human, and if you got confused, I'm the human. Okay, so Sammy named the E1 Eleanor. You got a thing about you. I just can't live without you, do I? I really want you, Eleanor, near me. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum, do I? I think your folks hate me. It'd be nice if I could remember the name. So Sammy is saying hi to Carlos. It's his friend. So everybody say hi to Carlos. So there we go. Hand and pinky wave. Sammy is doing hello to his friend. Okay. And there is my buddy Carlos. Stalking and Friedman recording. Does that mean anything, Carlos? Is that a real, or did you make that up? So Eric says, I've been working at my regular job and also have been doing Uber on the side. Uber is fun. I enjoy meeting people. So you know something? There's some Uber drivers. Maybe I should drink some water. It's the candle. It's blowing its smoke right in my face. So I moved it a little bit farther back. So they sell like bottles of Coke and Sprite from the ice chest. Of course, they're sealed. They sell packets of M&Ms and something to make money. So you go to Costco and buy some candy and put it in your Uber, make it for sale. Just put a sign there, $1 per candy bar. And if somebody gives you $1, you put it in a jar and you made $1. You sell 30 of those a month. Hey, that's $30. You can go to Chick-fil-A or Wendy's and get yourself a hamburger, some French fries, and a Frosty. That's cool. He's singing the blues. Ba, ba. Have you guys seen the new Beatles stuff that's up? I started to watch it. It's pretty cool, to be honest with you. Sammy's the one that told me about it. Scotty says, I saw the Turtles sing Eleanor in person about 5 years ago. I've never had that pleasure. I bet it was pretty cool, huh? You got a thing about you. I just can't live without you. I really want you, Eleanor, near me. So I am recording that song, and it will be going on my channel where I do the music. And I know Lillian will be very happy. Lillian loves it when I sing, okay? So that is what I have been working on. Bop, 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 bop. We get 2 free hard waste trash days each year. Oh my God, we get one every month. That means we get 12 per year, and you get 2. Roy, my advice to you, pack up and move to Miami. That's it. It's just, if you only get 2 free trash pickups, just pack it in and move to Miami, young man. What are you doing in a zone where they only pick up trash 2 times per year? Do they just assume that you are not going to have any trash? It's not a wasp. I don't know what that is. I hope it doesn't sting. So Sammy says, I'm trying to figure out if I should have chocolate chip ice cream. Sammy, I'm going to put you over my lap and spank you, big boy. Why are you talking to me about ice cream? You're just trying to tease me because you know I love ice cream. Icy creamy. Peter loves icy creamy, okay? So that looks a little overexposed. Does that look overexposed to you guys? Maybe I should drop the ISO by 1. You want to try that? You guys game? I don't know how to do that. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to pause the camera. Okay, so the camera is paused. Okay, now I'm going to drop the ISO by 1 stop. And let's see if Eleanor will look better. She looks just a tiny bit bright. Okay? And we're working for perfection here. We work for food. Okay, so we are running at ISO 500. I just moved it to 400. Okay, all right, I moved it to ISO 400. So how does that look? How do I look? To coin a phrase from Randy, to steal a phrase from Randy. How do I look? So Sammy is still trying to tease me. I want to torture Peter. I want to torture Peter eating ice cream while watching him. Oh my God, Sammy, that's shot through the heart and you're to blame. You give love a bad name. So who sings that? Bon? Who? Peter Frampton? Wrong. Okay. So Carlos is saying, we will rock you, boom. Rock you, boom. Now he said, we shall live, LOL. So yeah, I go with what you're saying. I'd like to live. So Roy says, is your Nikon camera called Knickers? I don't know, but I think where you live, Knickers is underwear. What are you doing, Roy? You're being a bad boy. Roy is feeling better. Roy, you got clean knickers on over there? So tell me, why am I shouting? I don't think the microphone is farther than that. So I don't really think I need to shout. I can actually talk more normal and stop making my voice scratchy. You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? So, knickers, clean knickers. Scotty is saying, highlights, slightly blown out. See, I was right. Thank you, Scotty. He came in right at the right time. And Carlos, Sammy boy, what you doing in Jersey, Sammy boy? I see you there by the river, the Hudson Bay. I know what you're doing, Sammy boy. Sitting on the dock on the bay, wasting time. Ooh. So Carlos says, now I'm on my actual account, which is DOCC Music. DOCC Music. I say DOCC Music. It's after 11, so I could be silly. My 1 hour show is finished. So now I could do as I please. And if you don't like it, go and watch Sammy. Are you live, Sammy? Or how about Alex? Is Alex live? So Roy says, I love CDs. They're great on the tripod feet to stop sinking in the sand. I never thought of doing that, but I like CDs that pay 8-9%. I made a joke on Roy's joke, and Roy thought he was sinking sand. So, Eric, I would like to make some more videos, but Premiere Pro has changed. The workflow's so much, and it is so hard to add effects. It's the real thing. Bubbly is... I'm not going to sing a commercial for them. That just wouldn't be right. Oh, my candle went out again. Oh, my candle went out again. Well, let's drain it. There we go. And I got wax. I got wax on my Bic. Never get wax on your Bic. You get wax on your Bic, it's going to burn. Your Bic will burn. and it'll be a bummer. So if you get wax on your Bic, is this a Bic lighter? You know, it doesn't say Bic. It says Ace. Who the heck is Ace? So let's get the wax off of here. And let's see if I can light this puppy up again. I got to take it out of the wind to do it. You didn't know it was so windy in here, did you? There we go. Ooh, my flame is bigger. My love for you gets bigger every day. I think of you while I'm shaving in the morning. I think of you when I go to the kitchen. I think of you when I go potty. Ah, you knew it was coming, right? All right. Yep. The EV1 looks much prettier now. Much prettier. I'll check it out after the show and see if I got to make any other changes. All right. So let's set it free so we can actually see some of the other cameras in here. So if Premiere Pro has changed so much, Eric, I have a suggestion. DaVinci Resolve is free. So if you submerge yourself in a, what do they call it? Binge watching on how-to videos for DaVinci Resolve. It's a very powerful program, and now they actually let you, with the free version, do 10-bit, I believe. I think they were limiting it before only to the paid version, but I think they opened it up. Okay, so it does have a steeper learning curve, but I'll bet you, knowing how smart you are, I think after like a week you'll be able to do all the basic stuff. Okay, so the way it works is like normally you have a timeline, and it does have a timeline. But then how do you add things to the timeline? When in Final Cut Pro that I have, you just click it, you drag onto that clip, and it adds that, you know, whatever it is that you want to do, a preset or some kind of an effect. Now, that doesn't work that way in DaVinci Resolve. So once you understand that, you're basically good to go, and you'll learn very quickly. So instead of dragging something onto the clip, okay, you click on the clip, and then above it, you're going to make a workflow. You'll put little modules or nodes or something. So this node right here, you'll drag in from the one side. You'll drag in maybe something that will adjust the brightness, and that node stays there. And then you drag in another node that maybe you can adjust the color balance, and it goes and sits side by side. Okay. Now you can also reverse them, so it'll make the change in the color before it changes the color balance. And these things are all connected with like a string, and you just move them around, and you make a flow for that particular clip. Now you can copy all the nodes or modules or whatever, all the corrections that you did to that one clip, and just apply them to the next clip. That is DaVinci Resolve in a nutshell. Now, you're going to take it much deeper than that. You want to add a transition so it blurs from one clip to the other, like I do in Final Cut Pro. So that's why I'm saying a week or less, with the brain power that you've got, Eric, that free program will belong to you as a tool. And that is critical, to have your tools where you just use them as if it was the back of your hand. So when you blow your nose, you actually don't think about it. You know, by the age you are, how to work your nose, how to work your fingers, toes, and nose. Every body part, you know how to work most of it. And then when another body part has a pain or something that you don't know how to work, that's when you start to get upset. Okay? So once you make DaVinci Resolve yours, it's a tool in your hands. Now you're going to create some content of value. Okay? So Sammy is saying yes. I don't know what he's saying yes to, but yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, did you make my short video that I put up today? There's your answer. Yes, he did. Are you going to buy me some ice cream, Sammy? Yes. He answered yes. Sammy, are you going to come visit me and stay here for a while? Yes. He says yes. So don't give me an open yes, Sammy. I'm going to nail you with it, okay? So Travis says $1 is too rich for my blood. The R5 looks awesome. I don't have an R5 in here. $1 is too rich for a whole month. It's not for a single video. It's $1. $1. Hey, anybody got $1? Okay. Then you can watch the free ones. And then the ones that are up that are for the membership, the $1 a month membership, you won't be able to see that one. You will be able to see the first 30 seconds. So if you could survive on 30 seconds of Peter, then you're fine. If not, Travis, you're going to have to cough up $1. I feel so bad asking for $1. It's I know it's too much, but you know, my subscribers are very, very wealthy people, and they are looking for starving artists to actually support. So they put in the $1 and they go, we have helped Peter for a whole month. We can buy a quarter of a quarter pounder. We can buy 2 tablespoons of a Frosty for Peter. We could buy 4 fries out of a Happy Meal for Peter for the month. We are helping Peter, and it just costs $1. Ta-da! Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. It's like the ZVE1. What, Eleanor? You got a thing about you, do I just can't live without you, do I really want you, Eleanor, near me. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum. Do I think I love you, do I'll get it right. Give me time. I just hope it's in my time. So the E1, my Eleanor, she's actually my favorite camera at the moment. Roy says, I like the A7 Mark IV than the A7 Mark V. Well, that's an interesting comment. So he likes the 4 better than the 5. Well, then you better check into both of those. Mark, check out the 4 and the 5. I would really go with the Z8. There's just no question about it. But that's only one man's opinion. Just remember that. Each man has opinions. Some of them have 2. Okay? Scotty says, my friend Chuck is watching tonight. I told him you might sing the name game song for him. Good try, Scotty. Good try. Do I have the word dummy written? Do I have the word stupid written on my forehead? No, I don't. Scotty, you are a bad boy. Bad boy, Scotty. So the thing is, Scotty does that every week. He makes me laugh. In Premiere Pro, is always changing something up. Switch over to DaVinci. Screw them over. Doesn't matter. Travis says, just switch to Final Cut and all will be okay. That's what I use. I use Final Cut. I'm actually thinking, Travis, to do like a light duty thing where I show how I quickly edit my videos so that I could slap them up on the Patreon channel or on this channel. Nothing too complicated. I'm not sure how many people would like that, but it might make for an interesting video. So Sammy says, I'm excited. What are you excited about, Sammy? Tell me, what makes a 19-year-old young man excited, Sammy? I'd like to know. What is making you excited? Oh, he says it right here. He might be getting a red soon. So cameras get Sammy very excited. Well, I have to tell you something. Cameras get me excited too. So we're two of a kind. Bop, bop, bop. I'll check out the R8. What's your take on Nikon buying red? Well, first of all, it's the Z8, not the R8. Because if you go looking for an R8, you're not going to like that camera. If you're looking at a Z8, they're not in the same league. They're different league altogether. So you probably meant to write Z8. What do I think? What's your take on Nikon buying red? Well, one of the things that actually most of the camera companies have that Nikon doesn't have is a cinema division. Canon has one. Sony has one. Panasonic has one. Nikon doesn't have one. So I think that was really, really a very good move for them to actually buy the lock, stock, and barrel, the whole cotton picking company. Now, Nikon has a division for cinema. So you're going to have the Nikon, you're going to have the red, yellow, or yellow, red. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-dum-dum. Yeah, we talked about that earlier, Sammy. About Sammy buying a red. There's a red in my future. I could feel it now. I could feel it now. Sammy says, I am Peter's assistant. You certainly are, Sammy. You're more than my assistant, Sammy. You're a very good friend and little brother. You also edited a video for me today. And you did a really good job. So Sammy is very good with the editing. And Sammy does a lot. He's just a basic all-around encourager. So I'm a Sammy Superstar fanboy. Can you tell? So Roy says, Mark, I love the Nikons, but maybe red can fix Nikon's, what is that? Snap bridge? Because he's calling it, yeah, it must be because it rhymes with crap bridge. Okay. So I don't have that, but I couldn't figure out how to get a video out of the ZF. So I tried to connect it to my... This candle is blowing in the wind. So if I had half a brain, okay, I'd move this stuff on this side, and I'd move the candle to this side. Because guess where the fan is? The fan is over there. So now it may blow harder, okay? So it's not good when it blows harder. But I can make it so the candle doesn't blow in that heat down my throat and dry my throat out. Sammy, you're so much more than an assistant to me. You're my buddy. Okay, so I read that one. Oh, what's the studio software? That's what I started. That's what Roy reminded me of. What is it? NX Studio or something like that? And only using that software, I was able to get the file out of the camera. Thank you very much. And you know what? I had to Google it to find out how to do it. Hey, ain't that grand? Roy says, thank you all. Roy, you know we love you, right? We don't know what to do to help you. Some of us will pray for you. I know I prayed for you so many times. I pray for all of you guys, actually. I pray God blesses you, protects you, keeps you well, and all that kind of good stuff. And so, Roy, other people in here are praying guys also. So thank you for loving us. We love you in return. So Lewis, love you, Peter. I need to get some money together for Patreon. It's a whole $1, but there's going to be some, not joking, okay? I have started to put some up there free. So make a habit of going there, or you know what? Sign up for my account, and I think when I put up a new video almost daily, I'm not sure, but I think they'll send you an email. So you don't have to go, oh, I wonder if Peter put up a video today. They'll just send you a video, email, and you can either go watch whatever video I put up or just delete the email. Simple as pie. So I really like this. I hope they keep going. I hope Patreon keeps going in the right direction, because I'd like to see them actually become competition for YouTube. So with the free stuff now becoming available, I think that's a move in the right direction. So Aiden is saying hello to me. It's his dad. It's Aiden's daddy. It's Lewis. How you doing, Lewis? Hi everybody. Hi everyone. I hope everything is going good. He's on the north side of South Florida, and I would be to the south side of South Florida. So if I went out my front yard and I shouted real loud, chances are that Mr. Camera Junkie could actually hear me, which is excellent, because he's just right up the road. Okay, we're basically in the same town. So that is pretty cool. And he's got a young man son. We were just talking about him today, trying to remember what his age was. And I wanted to say that he's 6 or 7. Okay? And my brother was saying, no, he's older than that. So how tall would you say Aiden is now, Mr. Camera Junkie? Because he used to come here and he would put his arms out like that. He wanted me to hold him. Okay? So that is pretty cool. It's fun to watch little kids grow up. Bum, bum, bum. Eric says, Kevin Costner has been shooting a history film in my city and fell in love with the scenery and decided to build a film studio here. Holy moly. What's your city? Why don't you tell us what city that is? So he's building a film studio there. It will probably be digital, is what I'm guessing. I wonder if he's going to put some red Komodos in there. Red Komodos. Red Komodos. Yes, Sammy. It's $1 for the month. And that means all the videos I do for the month, you can see them for the $1. That's how Patreon works. But now Patreon is letting me put up X number of where you don't have to be a part of the dollar club. And just so you know, it's not limited only to $1. I've got people that are giving $10 and some that are giving even more. So it's a minimum of $1. And Patreon is actually designed to support the artists. And it doesn't even have to be video. It could be music artists. It could be dancing artists. It could be artists that draw. Okay. Any kind of artist. That's why it's called Patreon. Patreon is like patron of the arts. Are you a patron of the arts? Well, by golly, yes. I go to the symphony at least once a month. And I bring Clara with me. So we go and we sit there with our opera glasses. And I'm a patron of the arts. So they named it Patreon. And it's designed where if you like what somebody is producing, you can buy them a coffee, because you got Buy Me a Coffee, which is another site. You got Patreon, which is the one that I joined. I actually think I'm a part of Buy Me a Coffee too, but I haven't been on there so long. So the guy that owns that channel, which would be me, sets the prices. So I set the price starting at the minimum that they have for $1. Because for me, the important thing is to get the person. I like to interact with people. Okay? I mean, yeah, I love cameras, probably like you love cameras. Okay? But I love people too. People are very important. I will go to bat for a person that I consider a friend. It's just part of who I am. All right? And I think some of you guys are kind of like that too. All right? And that's why we have what's called friendships. And the people that are in here basically are mostly my friends. Okay? And I want you to know that I actually appreciate each and every one of you guys. So, let's see. Oh, Sammy was telling Lewis. So I don't know if Lewis was joking that he was saving up to join Patreon, but it's only $1. Sammy's correct. It only costs $1 to join for the month. It's a 30-day subscription. And then at the beginning of the next month, it's another $1, and they will bill automatically so you don't have to deal with it. And what happens is anything that I do at the different levels, okay, determines what you can see and what you can't see. So I took away all the levels, so everyone is on the same level. I'm going to level the field, okay? So it's $1 minimum, but you name the price that you want. You want it to be $3 a month? You want it to be $25 a month? It's what the person chooses. Okay, so there's some people that I would like to support when I get my credit cards up and running again. Singers and artists that really do good content. And that's basically the only way that you can help support them. So there's actually a guy that has a towing company. He's got a towing company. This is not cameras. This is not singing. This is not dancing. This is not filmmaking. He's got a tow truck. Okay? And he goes out and he picks up people that are stranded for free. And after he picks them up and brings them back off if they went off the road or got caught in the snow, and they go like, well, what do we owe you? Okay? And he'll say, nothing. It's free. Okay? So he would be one of the people that I would like to support. And because I like that if someone's stranded, they don't have some cash. If you live in his area, his name is Casey, Casey. And I can't remember his last name. But you'll get guys that'll spin out and get into a ditch or get stuck in the snow. Okay? And if he sees you, he'll pull over, he'll pull you out, and doesn't charge you a penny. So that's the kind of person I like to support. Then you got someone like a singer, like Chase Eagleson. That boy can sing. When I say sing, he moves my heart when he sings. Or Jonathan Anderson violin. When he plays the violin, he's fantastic. So when I get my credit cards, I will be supporting them. So I have my channel on Patreon. And people that love me and want to support me, I lowered it to $1, and it includes everything. I don't have where the person that pays $25 gets a lot more than the person that pays $10. And if you join for $100 a month, I'll sit in your lap for 20 minutes, okay? Everybody gets the same thing, which is access to my daily videos. Whether you join for the $1 for the month, okay, or you join for $50 for the month, everybody gets free access that are in the club to all my videos that I put up. I call it almost daily videos. So this is beginning to sound like a commercial, okay? But it is the way you make money on YouTube, is that people that support you and follow you and love you, they want to bless you, and you have to let them know, how can you bless me, okay? Because they're figuring, well, if you're a millionaire, Peter loves Tesla, or now I'm kind of switching from Tesla. This is big news, all right? I'm kind of switching from Tesla to another car. And that is the Cadillac Lyriq, which comes in 3 forms. You can buy the Cadillac Lyriq as a Cadillac Lyriq. You can buy it as a Chevy Blazer EV, same car, different sheet metal. Or you can buy it as an Acura ZDX. Same car, same battery. Acura has OnStar up at the top. You know how the button you push the OnStar if you're stuck? It's in the Acura. So you got the same car available 3 different ways. So you look at the body style that you like, and that's what you buy. So what cracked my super fanboy image of Tesla? Okay, well, I'll tell you exactly what it was. You're going to think it's dumb, but for me it was very important. So this woman has a Tesla, okay, and she went to pick up her son at school. And the boy wasn't there. And she's videoing it because she's on YouTube, okay? So she's getting frantic because, like, why isn't her son at the pickup spot? Well, the boy decided to start walking home with some friends. And I don't know the whole story, so I'll wind up making it up, okay? So anyway, she started to drive around and she saw the boy walking down the street. So she was flustered. She pulled up next to him, and because everything on the Tesla operates off of that center panel, she was frantically looking for a way to unlock the door on the right side to let her son in. So she was probably having a brain fart or something because she owns the car. I'm sure she knows where to tap on the screen to unlock the passenger car, but she didn't. It slipped her mind. And I'm saying to myself, at 70 years old, that could happen to me also. I could see Mr. Camera Junking walking on the side of the road, and I'll pull up and say, hop in, hop in. Okay, oh, it's locked. Oh, wait, how do I open the door? Where's the button? So that freaked me out. I want a car that's more car-like, where the windows to go up and down are over here on the driver's door, okay? And the buttons to unlock all the doors are over here. And the latch to open the car door is where I want it, okay? And the radio button, the volume is over here. And there's a dashboard right in front of me that tells me you're going 45 miles an hour. None of that stuff is in the Tesla. Now, they are advanced, okay? It's kind of like having a cell phone that you can drive. Nothing wrong with that. But it made me realize that if I get flustered, because as a wedding photographer, I get flustered, and I know what to do when I get flustered, okay? So if something happens or the equipment goes sour, I've got backups in the bag, or let's say the bride steps in front of a window and the camera is just not picking it up, switch it to the P mode, okay? And the camera will handle everything for you. And then just put the spot on the nose of the person, and the face will become exposed properly. Okay, now you got to preset your camera up in advance so that you know if you get flustered what to do. So the Canon has what's called the FV mode. Awesome mode, probably the best mode you'll ever see on any camera. It's called the FV, Frank Victor. Okay, you put the camera in the FV mode, and right across the bottom of the screen, shutter, f-stop, compensation, ISO. All of those boxes are live boxes. You tap on the shutter button, and you just slide your shutter up and down, or you can even roll the wheel. Okay? You can tap on the ISO, make it brighter or darker. So like I just went to do with the Sony. Now with the Sony E1, okay, I know where the buttons are, all right? But what if I was flustered at a wedding or at your birthday party and your kid fell into the cake and I want to take a picture, all right? So what do you do with the Canon in FV mode if you get flustered? You hit the garbage can twice. Tap, tap, okay? When you do that, it takes all those boxes, shutter, aperture, compensation, and ISO, and it puts all of those instantly in automatic mode. So with a tap, tap, camera's automatic. Well, you say, Peter, why don't you just turn the knob on the top to P? Well, that's another way you can do it. Turn it to P, all right? But once you get used to operating the gears of most of the newer Canon cameras, you put it to FV mode, and then you could tap on the shutter, move it, everything else can stay automatic. Or put the shutter back in automatic, and you could tell if it's an automatic mode on the Canon, because when you're looking at that box, if that feature is set to automatic, it will have a white bar across the bottom. So you know, like in Windows, a computer, or the Apple computer, if a software is open, it's got like a little black dot. Well, on the bottom of the box for the shutter speed, the aperture, the compensation, and the ISO, if that setting is on automatic, you get a white bar for the bottom of the box, okay? So if you're sitting there, you're fiddling, this and that, so the groom is going to deep dip the bride and give her a kiss, and you're sitting here taking a picture of Aunt Molly who's smiling at you, and you got to get the picture of the groom deep dipping and kissing the bride. Well, double tap the button, turn around, and get your money shot. That is a Canon feature. That is a fantastic feature, okay? It's an amazing feature. Now, the Sony is starting to implement that, but none of it is as eloquent as the Canon camera. So, Scotty, you've got that available on your R6 right now, okay? So you look at your R6, look for the FV button on the top, okay, and learn how to use that feature. Give yourself 10 minutes, and as smart as you are, Scotty, you will figure it out, and that'll be the favorite mode in that camera. Honest to God, it will. So we're coming up to, what is it, 11:40. Sly goes on 11:30, so I'm actually over writing her show. Oh, wait, she's not on Friday night anymore. Sly is on Thursday night. I was on her show last night. You know what I did? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Sly. Happy birthday, dear Sly. Happy birthday to you. So I sang Happy Birthday to Sly last night on her show. So you had Peter on the one side and Sly on the other. I was on the right. I'm always in the right. You guys know I'm always right. Right? Right. Right? Okay, so where did I leave off? And Sammy's saying there are some free ones on Peter's Patreon also, and they're good. Yeah, they're actually the regular ones. I don't make them different just because they're free. Eric says there's a college here called Utah Tech University that the film students will be working at the studio. That would be, oh, so you're in Utah. Aha, I see you got me on that one. So Carlos is saying, yes, Sammy is really good at making shorts out of anything. Well, that's good. So if I run out of underwear, I'll just call Sammy up and say, I need a pair of shorts. Yeah, I told Sammy to start making me some shorts. And he, you know what? Sammy's going to do it. He's that kind of guy. Sammy says, it's a little past my bedtime already. All right. You can go to bed, Sammy. I'll tuck you in. Okay? And everybody will just say, sleep, Sammy, go to sleep all through the night. Everybody wish Sammy a good night. Because when Sammy runs out of energy, he's done. He is finished. It's like, hey. Oh. So, but at 19 years old, Sammy's only got 2 speeds. Sleep and full speed. There is no in between. Okay? Same thing for Carlos. So here's Carlos right here. Okay? It does sound like a law firm. Now I'm on my main account. So how is my lawyer buddy doing? Sammy says, then along came Peter. No, then along came Sammy. Yeah. That's the song, right? Sammy says, you're not cooking tonight. No, I went out for dinner. I had turkey. Oh, so turkey. And Carlos is smiling with a blue-faced smile. It's a random name as a disguise for me. But you sound so formal when you do that. You actually have to talk with a British accent when you bring in your law firm. That's a good one. That's a good one. Travis says the R6 Mark II is looking better than the ZVE one. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so, Peter. I'll have to check on that. That'll be interesting. Because Eleanor, she be pretty. She be pretty. Roy says, I didn't know the turtles were still alive. Well, I'm not a turtle. You got a thing about you, do I just can't live without you, do I really love you, Eleanor, really. This is the R62. Okay, so eventually we will be looking at the Eleanor. You got a thing about you, do I added the do-wahs, by the way. Gonna make that famous. I will be a one-hit wonder. One person. Sammy says, yes, they are. There you go. I wouldn't cross swords with Sammy. He knows the old songs. I'll say, Sammy, do you know this? Oh, yeah, I know that. And it's by so-and-so. One of the guys looks very old. He's talking about the turtles. Roy says, if I move to Miami, then I'd need to speak Americano. You can speak an Americano in Miami? Of course you can. Okay, you just come here by the way of Cuba, and you will speak Miami very well. Boom, 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 boom. It's a little bit overexposed. No, I zipped up. Honest, I did. Yeah, my zipper's closed. I'm not overexposed. So which camera are you talking about, Carlos? Boom, 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 boom. Not by much, though. Not by much. So Sammy is chiming in. He's doing the Me Too. Yeah, a little overexposed. I zipped up. Stop it, guys. So Carlos is going, what you talking about? What you talking about, Sammy? Carlos got it right. Bon Jovi. That is the one. I try to set you off track by saying another name. And Eric got it also. Bon Jovi. Bum, bum. You give love a bad name. No. It's called the air guitar. In case you didn't know what I'm doing, I'm playing the air guitar. Ba 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 ba. Peeper Gregg. I like that name. Peeper Gregg. Sammy says good. Carlos says Peeper Gregg singing Otis Redding, sitting on the dock on the bay, Hudson Bay, wasting time. Whoa, Carlos, I see you laughing. You're so laughing. Ya da 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 la la da da dum. Yeah, I am singing a little more tonight, aren't I, Sammy? Now I gotta cut that out. I'll never get to the end of the song. Sammy's already in bed. Okay. Well, I'll call you as soon as the show's over. So if you're awake, you better answer the phone. Bum, 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 bum. Carlos, I'm laying on my bed on the verge of sleep too, Sammy. I gotta tuck both of you guys in? I have to tuck both of you guys in tonight? Oh, my God. Peter, out of context. That's a good name, too. And we got a smiley face. What's with the blue? I don't understand what the blue part is. Is a blue smiley face? Boop, boop, boop. Peter, out of context, volume 2. That would be a good album. Actually, Carlos, that would be a good album name. Bum, bum. Sammy says, I need a professional DP called Sammy. I got one. It's the best Sammy in the whole wide world. I don't think there's a better Sammy on this planet. I think I have the best Sammy in the world. You just can't beat my Sammy. He's all mine. Can't have him. So, what does Sammy say? Adobe Premiere really hasn't changed for me. See? I love it. So he's doing good. It's very different from when I used it, but it's still good. I think it just depends on how you organize your workflow. Bum, 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 bum. That was a good breakdown of DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve, just to refresh everybody's memory, is a free software that works not only in the Mac, it also works in Windows. So if you're a Windows guy, and we keep talking about Final Cut Pro or Adobe Premiere, it works better here than there. Well, DaVinci Resolve works the same on Windows and on the Mac side. And it is a professional level free software. And basically that's the way I understand it works. I gave you the fifth grader version. So Sammy says, you know what software hasn't changed in years is Avid Pro. It's the same thing. It's the same since people don't like change. A lot of people don't like change. So Roy says, I love that Nikon R, but it's not R, the Nikon Z8. That's a pretty good camera. So, Filipino do pera, Christos Anesti, Tikanete Kipera. Hi, Peter, when are you going to try some Fujifilm cameras? Did you have a good Greek Easter? Christos Anesti, Alitos Anesti. I can speak Greek a little bit, just a little bit. I can't read any Greek. Actually, when I go to petition B and H for a camera this time around, I think I'm going to ask for the Fuji XHS or the XHS2. And I'm conflicted between those two, and I'm sure you'll have advice, but I'm doing my due diligence, and I'm probably going to get the XHS and not the XHS2. Yes, I do know what I'm doing. So I'm going to see. Now I'm having a little trouble with the lens selection because when I ask them for a loaner for a couple of weeks, I will tell them I would like to borrow this camera. So I'm thinking I would like the 33 millimeter. What is it? F1.4. It is an LM, which is the linear motor, because I don't want to have a problem sitting here focusing. Okay. So, and I'm going to try another lens that you're gonna shoot me for. So I want a lens for when I do the Patreon video, walk around the house. Basically, think of it in terms of I'll be vlogging. Okay. So when I do that, I think I'm going to ask for the Sigma 10 to 18, 2.8 with the X mount. So that'll be the camera I can use in the kitchen, on the patio, if I'm in the car, anywhere I'm out and about. It'll zoom from 10 to 18. So it would wind up being a 16, 17 millimeter on the Fuji because it's a crop sensor. Okay. And then the full frame 33 millimeter, but full frame, remember Fuji is cropped to begin with. So the 33 millimeter would wind up bringing me into somewhere around 40 something, which I need something around 50 to 85 millimeter end result here. And I'm going to ask for those two lenses, and we'll see what happens. What do you think about that, Philip? So, Phil. Anyone have a solution to a shaky video? Chocolate. You put chocolate and milk and then get a shaky video, and you'll get yourself a chocolate milk, and it will be excellent. So Philip said, I meant Christos Anesti. Christos Anesti ek nekron thanaton patrisas getise divni manzi Zoe harisameno Christos Anesti, Philip, alithos Anesti. So I'm singing to Philip in Greek. So when we have the resurrection service in the Greek church at midnight, which is when we celebrate the resurrection of Jesus, we sing the song that I just sang. Now, I just sang it more in a ballad tempo. In church, you would sing it more in, Christos Anesti, depending on how the priest will lead it. So I just sang it as a ballad, and that is the resurrection song for the church. So what we have is a candle, okay? And if I don't let the candle burn out, let's pour out the wax on my Bic again. There we go. So now I got a big flame. So everybody gets a candle in church, and it's got a little cup to catch the candle. And the priest comes out of the altar, and the lights are turned out, so it becomes pitch black. And then what happens is the priest lights his one single candle in this pitch black church. It's a beautiful ceremony, okay? It's a beautiful service. So from the single candle, depending on how the organization of the individual church is, he'll have the altar boys line up right in front of him. So whatever number he's got, 5, 10, 12 altar boys, they'll all have candles in their hands, and it'll all be out. The only candle lit in the church, the whole source of light for that church is coming from the altar of Christ. I mean, you see, it's all got a spiritual overture there. Hello, turn our brains on, okay? And so the priest will light all the candles of the 10, 12 altar boys. The altar boys will turn around, and then they'll go out into the congregation to the different pews, and most of the congregation will have their own candles. And the altar boys will pass on the light that came from the altar back at the front of the church, and will pass on the light of the resurrection service, and within 5 minutes, 7 minutes at the most, the entire church is lit with candles. Hundreds and hundreds of candles. It's amazing. It's a beautiful thing to see. And if I had Eleanor with me, we have dual ISO, which means 640 is pretty clean. And it gets noisier, 3200, 6400, noisier, 8000, noisier, 10,000, noisier, 12,800. Boom! Clean again. It's got dual ISO. So at 12,800 ISO, Eleanor starts all over. You start with clean ISO. So if you put a 1.7 lens on there, 1.4, you will get pictures that probably no other camera will get. So I watched all these Greek churches across the United States, and they broadcast it on YouTube. And let me tell you, most of them, the video was pretty poor. It was like they didn't have the right camera and the right lens. And all you see is this candlelight and nothing else. It's kind of like somebody turned on a light somewhere, you know? So I'm thinking, boy, if I was there, I would know what to do. I'd take Eleanor, and I'd be walking around the church, and I'd be at ISO 12,800, okay? And I would be, I don't know if I'd broadcast live, but I would record it, and when I got home, I'd put it up for everybody to see. Yes, sirree, that's what I would do. Okay, so Roy says NX Studio. Yeah, that's what I couldn't think of. Thanks, Roy. But I shoot tethered using Capture One or Nyred, or using the Nyred Capture Pro. He is growing about 48. So 48 would be what? Be 4 feet? 1, 2, 3. He'd be my height, sitting down. Oh my God. Aiden is getting to be a big boy. That is so cool. I don't think I'd be able to pick him up. Can you pick him up? Hey, Lewis, can you pick him up? Golly gee whiz, Batman. And he says inches. Well, I figured, Dad, he's not 48 years old. Dear Lord Jesus. The city is St. George, Utah. It is in southern Utah. Here's Mookie. Mookie, I'm used to seeing you over on Sly. What are you doing here? I'm late to the show. Did I miss the big opening song by Peter? No, Peter's been singing all over the place tonight. So don't worry about it. The Daily Man. I'm driving, but thank you for the campfire video. You got me on a roll, Carlos. I am playing with Bic lighters and candles and walking outside on the patio. Boy, you you opened a big can of whoop ass, as they say. What's that movie from? I could see he had alligators. He was eating them as a snack. And he said, I'm going to open a big can of whoop ass. So, Carlos has got me in the mood for fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. Norm is in the house. Norm is in the house. We were talking about you, Norm. Merry Christmas, Peter. You are running long tonight. Oh, I didn't realize it. What time is it? What time is it? Oh, my God! What the hell? It's almost midnight. Dear Lord Jesus. I guess when you're with family, what does it matter? And I only intended to run for an hour because we had a little catastrophe going on in here. And Peter doesn't like catastrophes. No, I don't. Stop talking about yourself in the third person. Okay, so, yeah. So now it is technically, officially Sly's birthday. It is midnight. So in my time zone, it is Saturday. And I can do this. Happy birthday to you, Sly. Happy birthday to you, Sly. Happy birthday, Sly, on your birthday, Sly. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Sly. Happy birthday to Sly. Happy birthday, dear Sly. Happy birthday to the flying gal in the sky. Today is your birthday. We're gonna have a good time. She said she likes that version better. But since I'm not a Beatle, that's all you're gonna get. So, we got Carlos in here. We got Norm. I said hi to Norm. I said hi to Carlos. Late. Good evening. Hi, all. Hi, Peter. And good night, Sammy. Good night, Sammy. Good night. Eric is saying good night. Sammy, they're all tucking you in, buddy. Good night, oh, Sammy. Eric says good night. So Roy says, blur smiley face looks like a blur Pac-Man. Oh, is that where the blue thing is? Okay, got it. Boom, 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 boom. Peter, the white-haired fox. White-haired fox. I'm going to dye my hair. I'm actually thinning out. Can you tell? I wonder if I'm going to look good bald. I'm not going bald. I'm going to confess that right now. I ain't going bald. I ain't going bald. Raymond says I'm not going bald. You're one to talk, Ray. You're one to talk. Happy Friday, Peter. Love you, Ray. Happy Friday to you. I hope you're having a good time. Happy official birthday, Sly. It's officially her birthday. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So I'm going to do something strange. I'm going to do something very strange. Now, what am I going to do? I am going to copy a link, and I'm going to see if anybody is going to respond. Is anybody going to respond to good old Peter? Bet you nobody does. I bet you nobody responds. Well, let's see. So I will put, okay, what am I going to do? I'm going to send something by text. So I'm not going to say who so I don't embarrass them. Darn. Boom, 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 boom. There's Carlos. So I'm not saying what I'm doing publicly because I don't think I'm going to get a response because of the time. I'm looking for you, Jim. I'm looking for you. I found you. Okay. So I think that's all I'm going to do for the moment. So if anybody does respond, I'll just put them in here. I'll just pop them right in. Pop them in, pop them in. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pum. Okay. So let's continue with the family. So Eric was saying happy official birthday to Sly because we have crossed the 12 o'clock on the Easter time zone. Easter on the Eastern time zone. But for her, it's still be another, is it 1 hour or 2 hours to Oklahoma? But she's going further west. So it might be the full 3 hours. So at least it's her birthday here. So Roy says, Sly the flying fox. The flying fox. Philip says, good night from the true north. I'm the true north. Sounds intimidating, but I don't know what that means. So you're kind of like over there, but over to the right a little bit, because true north is not north. True north is a northeast. Oh, so you're in the northeast. I get it. Oh, call me slow. Don't call me Sly. Call me slow. So we are officially in the Sly Day. So this is Sly Day. So you got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then you got Sly Day. So today is Sly Day because it's Sly's birthday. So I can say anything I want about her because she can't answer me. She can't talk back. I could say she's getting old and there's not anything she could do about it. Because she is probably flying in a plane. Okay. I didn't think about that. Yeah. You have all the time you want. It doesn't matter. You know what? I'm going to freak her out. I'm going to just send her a text. I'm going to send Sly a text. Now, with her being up in the plane, I don't think that she can answer me. Oh, you know what? Since I can text her, I'm going to text her happy birthday. How do you spell happy birthday, guys? Happy. Bert Day. You know, I didn't see Evelyn tonight. Scotty, where's your mom? Did your well, it might be late for her. So there we go. Okay, so nobody's got anything else to say? We've got 11 people in here, and honest to God, nobody's got anything to say? Come on, write a comment. Or I'm just going to have to bring somebody in. I'll have to bring somebody in, and they'll have to do the talking for you. That's all there is to it. So I got my candle. It's still lit. Okay. The problem with the candle is it melts its own wax. And when it melts its own wax, it starts to go out little by little. So I have to say, Philip, you're right. I think, no, was it Philip? Who said that? Let me go look. I think the Canon is actually looking better than the whatchamacallit. Oh, I don't have my headphones. Let me get the headphones. We'll try it without the headphones for the moment. Let's see what happens. Okay, so I do have a guest. And I think I'll pop him in here together with me. Together with me, together with me. Okay, so I have to find an open camera. How about that one? Is that a camera? I think I better get my eyes checked. All right, let's see what that is. That is a camera, and it's unlocked. The only problem is that's not the right camera. No. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. That's not it. There we go. Okay. Now I believe. Are you ready, buddy?
Absolutely.
Can you hear me? Okay.
We can.
Okay, I better lower the volume before I bring you in.
Okay.
I'll bring you in. And all right, so I brought you in. I'm going to go lower my volume because I don't have my head.
Go lower your volume.
Do you hear like an echo?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, lower that bad boy.
All right, I brought it down to 1/4. Is that better?
Sounds like you had an eventful evening.
Yeah, tonight was.
It was like everybody had a lot of fun.
Side than crazy. I'm getting my earbuds.
Yeah.
So
And I'm sure Sly's ears.
welcome
I'm
Carlos
sure
to the
Sly's
show.
ears are ringing right now. You know.
Everybody, welcome Carlos to the show. Welcome Carlos to the show.
Oh. It's like, I think, man, I just got home. I'm like, I just, came home a few minutes ago, and I'm like, I had a good dinner with some good friends, and thought, why not? I saw your invitation. I'm like, of course. I'm becoming like a regular guest on the show.
Yeah, you are.
It's such an honor, man. I feel like I don't know who, like
I'm gonna
a
say,
special guest.
It's Peter. Welcome to the Carlos show.
All the cameras working good tonight, Peter? I mean, that video you made was really
No. So
interesting.
you guys be able to
That
hear
video.
Me now?
Yeah.
What's that commercial? Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Okay, now if I can just get myself back over to the chair,
Yeah.
this ear
Yeah.
keeps falling off.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Carlos,
Yep.
I
Yep.
can
Yep.
see
Yep.
you.
Yep. Yeah.
I can't hear you because I stepped
Not
on
yet?
the earphone and unplugged it.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
and now I'm sitting on it.
Okay.
And now we are plugging Carlos in.
Here we go. Here we go.
There he is. I can hear
Oh
you.
man, there you go.
Oh.
You made it work.
I made it work. There's no echo. Nobody should be hearing an echo now.
That's right. Oh, it sounds great.
Both
So
of my. Go ahead.
your video, that I thought that was so interesting. I was blown away by that. I mean, you kept saying, "Where is this light coming from?"
That was really freaking me out, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because you were even in the dark corner, and you were like, "Where is this light coming from?"
I
That
know.
was impressive. That was impressive.
For you guys that don't know what we're talking about,
Yeah.
what was it? A couple of weeks, or was it last week?
No, it was this week. This week you made that.
No. When you introduced the fact that you might want to go for
Last
a
week.
campfire.
Last
Okay.
week. Yep. Mhm.
So he told me that, and I got that in my head for some reason. Okay. And I went to bed, said my prayers, turned out the light. I watch a little bit of YouTube before I go to sleep, and sometimes that puts me out, and sometimes it wakes me up. So it's not the smartest thing to do, honestly. So I was laying in bed, and I'm thinking, like, okay, it's the middle of the night. It's the middle of the night. Okay. And so, what? Let's see. How do I work this? Okay, I just zoom myself. That's what I wanted to do.
There you go.
I want to be as when I grow up. I want to be as big as you. Okay, so
Yeah. Yeah.
all right. So it's more balanced now.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So wait, we just launched. This is the Daily Man, Carlos, my buddy. Welcome to the show. I sent out
Thank
an
you, sir.
invitation, and he joined it. He joined it right in. Now I don't know which camera I'm on. Now I do. Okay. And so now we can start going back in time. So Carlos had mentioned that he wanted, if you go out with a buddy or something and you're out and you're, I don't know, camping or something and you got a campfire,
Mm-hmm.
it's a different kind of environment. It's more intimate. You're likely to talk to each other with a different tone than we would live on YouTube like we're doing right now. Okay.
Yep.
And if for him to record that, what would it take? Kind of. We went in some fashion like that. So I'm laying in bed. I did all my nightly duties and stuff. And I said, it's dark outside right now. I wonder what would happen. So I got up. I put on a pair of shorts and went out the back door to where the pool is. Okay. And there's like an overhang and then a patio.
Yeah.
And then nothing. Black. Grass. Just the grass on the ground. Okay. And I'm walking out there and my face is lit up and I'm going, how did that happen? Where is this light? It was genuine surprise. Honest to God.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And I even remarked, where is this light coming from?
You said that a couple times.
Right. I was kind of like a little bit flabbergasted. So
Yeah.
I went around the house trying to find a dark place. And I couldn't get myself in a dark place.
Yeah.
Saying that to a psychologist,
cool.
not the best terminology there, okay?
That's so good though. Like you couldn't, Peter. You couldn't find a dark place because Peter can't find a dark place. That's really awesome. But so tell me about because to me that would have been like, okay, that would have been an ideal camera setup for a campfire scene then, right? I mean, that's what we're saying.
Yeah. So what's the negative there? The negative is the price. The camera is a $2,000 camera.
Yeah.
Okay. Now the lens is not an expensive lens. I think it's somewhere between $300 and $600, and there's a couple of lenses to choose from. Okay. So we're not talking about another $2,000 lens where you've got to get one of these 1.2s. I just put on. Actually, that was the lens that Randy gave me for my birthday. Okay.
Okay.
Which is an 11 millimeter Sony 1.8 lens. But boy, that Eleanor camera, the ZV-E1, it can pull out light out of nowhere. So now I've done a few more of those videos, and I've done them now with a couple of more cameras. So they'll be going up probably in the next few days on the Patreon channel. So
that was really awesome because I could see that. Yeah, I can see that totally working. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I've been kind of waiting. I've definitely been patient and waiting for, a next camera purchase. And I've been waiting for quite a while. And that ZV-E1 has been kind of like at the top of the list, and the more that you talk about it and the more that you, review it, it's like the closer I'm getting to pulling the trigger.
Well, without all the fluff, it's my favorite camera. And it's not because I like the camera, because it gets me a little annoyed sometimes. It just delivers every time. It just delivers above and beyond what I expect. Now, I have the Panasonic S5 Mark II, and quite a few other cameras, which I don't really want to open up that can of worms at this point. So I have been able to test with quite a few cameras. And including the FX30, which is a little bit cheaper than the E1.
Mm.
None of them deliver what the E1 delivers. Now, it might
Mm.
not sound the most professional because if you saw, I don't know if it was Matt or Tom Buck, but they went to the NAB show and they were asking photographers questions. What do you use at home? What's your main camera and stuff like that?
Yeah.
These guys have homed in on the right sensor, which is the FX3, the A7S Mark III.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think one single one of them said the E1. Okay.
But all Sony.
They're mostly, not every one of them, okay, but most
Okay.
of them are personally running Sony in their studio, which is quite remarkable. And and I'm thinking, I have the same camera right now with the same sensor, but in a lower price body. So the E1 is exactly that high-end camera. It's not a dummy down. It's not dummy down, not watered down, you know, like Canon will do as you get lower in the steps, okay, of the pricing. They will water it down, and that is a way to operate, you know, that ship. It's not a problem. You know, if you have a $25 dinner and you've got a $8 dinner, you're not going to get the same amount of food, okay, or the same quality food. So I'm not blaming them for that. There's other things I blame Canon for, but that's not one of them, okay? So the E1 is sitting in a sweet spot of being the best camera a person can buy right now at the moment. Now, that could change because Sony hasn't put out a new camera in almost 7-8 months, which is a long dry spell. So let's see what they're going to pop out of their vault, okay? But I will be
Peter,
looking. Yes, I'm sorry.
What do you think if you were, you know, with you've been retired for a while now, but if you were to, let's say, go back in the field right now, what cameras would you take in there with you? Would you take what do you think you would be using right now? What combination?
You want kind of like a few choices rather than homing in on one camera?
Yeah, things like if you were to go out tomorrow, what is Peter taking with him?
What am I going to do when I go out? Am I going to shoot a wedding?
Well, you're doing a wedding tomorrow.
Okay, so it's an event where you've got to be on your toes.
Okay,
and you need equipment that's going to operate. Okay, so there's a specific camera in a few different companies that target exactly that. Okay, so my choice would be the Nikon Z8. Okay, as my personal choice, but equal with it. What would you call it when it's equal? You know, on the same level would be the Canon R5. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
I could bring home stunning photographs from either one of those two cameras. Okay. I don't have the experience with the Lumix S5 Mark II, but I have shot with the GH4, which is a much lesser camera. Okay. We're talking about a low price camera compared to those, but I've shot a couple of weddings with that. But my two top cameras would be the Z8. Okay, now if they had the Z6 Mark III, that would probably be the choice. Okay, because the Z8 is a little overkill. Same thing with the R5 from Canon, because they've got you know, 8K built in it, and I will be photographing a wedding. I'm not going to be videoing a wedding. Okay?
Exactly.
But I would probably pick the same two cameras. All right, if I was videoing a wedding, but there's others that would go into that pool, and that would be a camera with a fan built into it if I'm videoing a wedding, because you can't have a camera die at a wedding. How are you going to explain that to your bride? My camera died. Everybody stop. We sit there, you know. So you can't do that kind. You've got to be professional if you are a professional. Okay. So I don't mean to sound a little snooty there, but you know. So the FX30.
I think, you know, what you said. I'm curious about that too, because yeah, you're primarily going in there and you're shooting photos. So, did you prefer a color science with you know whether it's Sony or Nikon, Canon? Was there ever a preference when you were shooting with a color science behind those cameras?
Yeah, that's a yes and a no answer, which is not fair.
Mhm.
Okay. So the yes is, what color science do I come home with that I go like, boy, that looks nice. That really
Okay.
looks nice. Okay. So that's the
Hmm.
yes. The no is, again, I'm going to sound a little snooty. I can make any camera, so I could take that. You will make that same sentence. That picture looks nice. Okay. So
Yeah. Okay.
that's the skill set. Okay.
Hmm. Hmm.
So what camera is delivering some pictures for me now that I don't have in hand, but I'm going to try to convince B&H to allow me to use that camera, is not any of the cameras we just talked about. Okay,
Okay.
it's the Fuji camera. Okay,
Ah.
now you got to remember, Fuji goes back to film days when I was shooting wedding and I had to put a roll of film in the camera. So
Ah. Wow. Yeah.
you either put a roll of Kodak professional film,
Mhm.
a roll of Fuji Chrome, okay, professional film, or Ilford, okay. Those were the
Mhm.
ones that you were loading up with your camera. So Fuji's got that wedding mindset in terms of pictures and what they're delivering. And I've been looking at some pictures from Fuji that make me go, ooh la la. I want to get a camera in my hand. Now, I don't know how good the
Yeah.
camera's going to work. Okay.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
the $64,000 question. So
Okay. Okay.
now I got a question for you.
Uh,
What prompted that question? What's going on back
you
in your
know,
mind?
well, no, I think it's just because I don't know. I think a lot of us would like to know a little bit more about your professional days. You know, I
Ah,
know
I,
you've shared a little bit, but I think we um, I think I think knowing a little bit more about your experience, I think would be interesting for all of us. You know, like I don't think I'm alone in that. You know,
I'll send you off on a wild
yeah.
rabbit
Uh huh.
trail. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm picking this off because you're into being a professional psychology in some fashion. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what your actual title is, but you're right there. Okay. I would say more than 50% of the wedding is psychologically handling two people, the bride. Who do you think the second one is? It's not the groom, it's the one with the money. So the mother,
That's amazing.
okay,
Yeah.
most of the time on a younger set of bride and groom, the
Okay.
mother's going to come and write the check.
Oh,
Okay.
that is so interesting. See, this is what I wanted to hear. This is fascinating. Okay, keep going. Yeah, that's amazing.
So when you get the pictures to them,
Yeah.
okay, you've got the bride and she's going like, oh, that's so pretty. That's so nice.
Right.
You're flying high. The next
Yeah, that
day,
makes sense.
the mother is on the phone. You are a crappy photographer.
Oh my
I
gosh.
am not
Oh.
smiling in any of your pictures. And Uncle
Ah,
Joe is 92 years old. Where's pictures of my 92-year-old brother? Now, she paid, okay?
yeah.
So you need to know how to handle that. So the simplistic answer is be careful who
So
signs the
good.
contract. Because in a court with a judge,
Yeah. Yeah.
he's going to look at the contract, okay?
Right. Right. Right.
So
Right.
you
Yeah.
don't want 40 people signing the darn contract, okay? Because that gives them
Yeah.
power. So now this is not
Okay.
taught, but that's
Mm.
more than 50% of the key to
Mm-hmm.
running a successful wedding, okay?
Mm.
And the other part is
Mm.
being observant. It's being a people pleaser, which my
Okay.
personality is to be a people pleaser.
Yeah.
So
Right.
this
Right.
part was easier for me, but there's some
Mm-hmm.
guys that are interested in making themselves feel good, and ladies too.
Okay.
Okay, not just I didn't mean that gender specific. Whoever
Yeah.
the
Sure. Sure.
photographer
Sure.
is,
Yeah.
they're interested in pleasing themselves. Okay,
Right. Right.
so you're into photography enough to know that there's different styles. There's a style that's very fashion. The background, look at me. I'm pleasing myself. I want a blurred out
Mhm.
background. Okay,
Right.
that's
Right.
what I do all my life. I want a blurred out
Mhm.
background. Okay, but the bride's mother, she might be interested in her family. Okay,
Mhm.
and you
Mhm.
blurred them all out,
Right.
and you
Right.
become the bad guy.
Okay.
So how do you fix that? Okay, you fix that by actual interaction.
Mm.
So where everybody is like counting every dollar, give some stuff away. Give a free engagement photo shoot, including some family. Then you will give them proofs, your finished
Okay.
work. Then listen
Mm.
to their feedback. We like that.
Mhm.
We like that. We like that. You're solving 90% plus of your problems by
That's
understanding
amazing.
what they want. So that's
Yeah.
why you're the perfect guy to be sitting in that chair, okay? Because it's a psychological warfare game,
Yeah. Yeah.
okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you've got to
Right. That.
understand what they're expecting.
Wow.
So, and if you deliver that, you
Yeah.
become a photographer that they will recommend, you know?
Yeah. It makes me think about anybody in a high stress environment where you have to suit up and show up, whether it's in sports or it's in, other kind of work. When you that's more stress related. Um, it so much of that ends up becoming about your psychology, and how well you're able to adapt, and when I think of shooting a wedding, I just thinking about it, it gives me some anxiety just thinking about it because there's so much at stake. This is it. Now, I've done some weddings. I mean, I've been really blessed where I've worked with some clients, help them work through issues, and then they end up getting married. I've done this a few times where they've called me and said, I know this is weird. You're my therapist, but you really helped us so much. Would you officiate our wedding? And I'm like, whoa,
Oh,
that's amazing. And you get that one day kind of thing where you can do that. Um, but that's enough for me to, I can barely even handle that, much less shoot a wedding where so much is at stake. And I mean, this is their one shot. And,
I don't think you're
and
giving yourself enough credit because
I don't know.
between you and me, I would bet you dollar to donuts you're better at diffusing a situation than I am. And a lot of it is the ability to diffuse a situation because you get situations. There's no exemption, okay, from situations arising. So I think you've got the skill and the tools to diffuse a situation. And I try. I mean, I've got many years under my hat. Oh, I'm not wearing a hat.
Yep.
You are.
Yep.
So, um, so part of your skill set. But let's switch it over to photography.
Yeah.
We're talking about handling the bride, the groom, the mother,
Yeah.
and people. Okay,
Hmm.
and all of those come into play, and they're critical to running the wedding. Okay,
Hmm.
how about the
Hmm.
photography side of it? That's where I think you feel a little bit shaky when you get
Mm.
flustered or something. Um, I don't think that you, and when I say you, you're representing the greater majority. Okay, not just I'm not picking on Carl. I would love to pick on just Carlos. That would be a very nice evening for me. But I'm using everybody. Carlos and I love each
Yeah.
other,
Yeah.
so this
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
just a game. This is just a
Yep.
game. Okay, but uh, you need to have escape routes to what happens when you get flustered. Okay,
Okay. Okay.
and that's where a lot of photographers don't plan their escape routes. So it could go as wild as your equipment goes down. So I've told this story quite often, and
Oh,
I'll say
wow.
it again. Okay, we had a
Yeah.
world famous photographer right here on Miami Beach,
Okay.
and she was at I don't remember which was which, but Fountain Blue is one of the famous hotels on the beach, and
Okay.
the Eden Rock is another famous hotel on the beach. So she was flown in to shoot the wedding.
Mm.
and I wasn't there, okay? There was a lightning strike at one of the other hotels. So if she was
Oh my
photographing
gosh.
at the Eden Rock, there was a
Okay.
lightning strike at the Fontainebleau, and they're only about 3 blocks away. Not blocks,
Mm.
3 hotels away from each other.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
and her camera bag. Okay, you get into camera bags with Sly. Okay, her
Yeah.
camera
Right.
gear was sitting on the cables of the disc jockey to be off the
My gosh.
ground. You'd figure that's a safe place. Well,
Right.
that lightning strike blew out everything in her bag. Backup
Whoa.
cameras, front cameras, main
No.
cameras, okay? She had no cameras, okay?
Wow. Yeah.
Now here's where she steps in with professionalism, okay?
Mm.
She had her escape routes. She
Okay.
scanned the guests, picked out a camera from all those guests that she could carry on with. She went to that guest and said, I need your camera. I have an emergency. Okay. She took
Mm.
the guest's camera, okay, continued shooting while she texted out an SOS to a bunch of photographers, me being one of them. Okay. So, the long story short, I sent over camera, lens, and flash gun. At that time, to show you how long ago this was, it was the Canon 20D. So it's a few years
Oh my
ago.
goodness.
And
Okay. Yeah.
I put a specific note: do not mix any of my gear with your gear. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Now that was a kind of a dumb statement. The pulse is already passed. Okay. But I didn't
Okay.
know what was wrong at that time. So whatever was wrong
Ah.
with every single camera, I didn't
Yeah.
want my camera to get infected. Okay.
I see. Okay. Okay.
So I was a little mean or forward. I said, do not mix my card, do not mix my batteries,
Mhm.
completely separate. Okay.
Yeah.
And she
Yeah.
finished the wedding with my camera. But you see, she had a path to get out. So
Right.
whatever it
Right.
is that is your fear or anybody that's
Yeah.
listening, what is it
Mhm.
that's making you afraid? Figure out now while you're peaceful, what would you do? Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then you'd have to follow that plan when that
Yeah.
happened. Okay. So
Did you ever? You know who I really admire? I really admire street photographers. Really admire those, who do that really well. Because I love, and that's what I love about, I've done a few things, like I've sent you, some pictures of some things I've done as a favor, where there isn't any pressure. That's where I don't have the pressure on me. And I just love catching, those candid photos that really tell a story. Right? I just love that, and that's what I love about just seeing those random shots on the street as well. And I think that seems like a lot of fun. But you know what I think, Peter? Who is it in our group that does a lot of nature photography? I think it's maybe even bird photography. I think.
well,
Is there somebody?
bird photography, Woody comes to mind right off the bat.
Woody.
Okay.
Woody. Yeah.
But I'll tell you somebody for you to watch. It's on YouTube. Nature
Okay.
photography. He's one of the top. Not nature. What did you say? Street photography.
Street
Okay.
photography.
Yeah. The name
Yep.
of the channel is Walk Like Alice. ALICE.
Okay.
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 He's a friend of mine. Not too close.
Mhm.
Okay. We
Okay.
might speak every 2 years. All right.
Mhm.
He's one
Mhm.
of the top 10 photographers in the world. So
Oh
you're not
wow.
talking low level. You're talking
Mhm.
the creme de la creme. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he
Mhm.
enjoys street photography. And
Okay.
his wife does it with him now too. And she's
Oh,
actually,
interesting.
I shouldn't say this publicly, she's actually a little better than him. Okay. He's the
Okay.
super duper professional. He's like the
Yeah.
president of the photography
Mhm.
club or whatever.
Right. Right.
So if you watch his channel, they actually
Yeah.
give lessons on street photography.
Okay. I'll take a look. I'll take a look.
So the barrier
Yep.
there is embarrassment. It's
That's right.
like,
That's
how
right.
do you take pictures,
Yep.
and not get yourself beat up? Okay, so
Mhm. Exactly.
tonight I went, my brother decided to take me out for dinner on a Friday night.
Mm.
Okay, so
Mhm.
everything that could go wrong did. I set up
Okay.
this room ready for me to walk in and sit down. I figured
Right.
I'm covered. Okay? I sat here. I tested every camera, everything. We went out. We came back 10 minutes to 10. 10 minutes before I went live. Okay? I wasn't even in a rush to get in here.
Yeah. 'Cause,
So
yeah, everything was good.
everything was
Mm-hmm.
fine. I came in
Mm-hmm.
here. Power's out. There's a swarm of something flying in the room. I couldn't identify it. Okay?
What?
And I'm supposed to sit here. Okay? And
Oh
the
my
room is
God.
hot because we got no electricity. So I'm thinking hot
Oh.
camera. And then my mind goes to the worst case scenario. There's wasps or bees in the room. Okay?
Okay.
Because I
Okay.
wouldn't want to be in a room full of bees.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So I freaked. Not freaked, but I was on high. Everything
Okay.
went to high. So the room is
Right.
hot.
Right.
I had to find out why we didn't have power. What are these
Mm-hmm.
bugs flying? I can hear them, so I had to get a flashlight. They had gotten into the electrical plugs and were shorting out the power. So I might have 3
No
dead bees and
way.
4,000 live ones. Okay, why couldn't they all go in the socket? You know, but
Exactly.
so I got
What
on here,
happened
I
to it?
think, like
Yeah.
10 minutes late. I don't know. I went from there to live. I still haven't been able to investigate. So,
Oh my goodness.
and
But everything's been
instead,
okay. Yeah,
well, we haven't
everything's
had
been
any
okay.
problem. Nothing has bitten
Mm-hmm.
me.
Okay.
I'm timid or I'm on alert looking for anything that's flying.
Oh my
I've
gosh.
got my
Okay.
shotgun to shoot a bee. Okay.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So, oh, that's crazy. Thinking about that, it kind of
Now
creeps me
that's
out
a
a little bit.
fire I was not prepared to put out.
Uh-huh.
And that's
Uh-huh.
the example. I
Yep.
prepared. Okay.
Yeah.
So my brother
Yeah,
took
you
me
did.
to dinner. I
Yep.
asked permission as we were walking in the door because I brought Eleanor, the E1, with me. Can I take pictures in here? Okay, because it was decorated
Mm.
nicely. It'll show up
Okay.
in a day or two. Okay. I just
Yeah.
can't say anything
Yeah.
quite yet. Okay.
Okay.
I was given permission.
Mm.
So about 75% of the way through, I had these people come, like armed guards. They weren't armed, but it felt like it. You can't shoot video or take pictures in here.
Oh.
They cocked their guns. They put it to my temple.
Right.
And I'm going
Yeah,
like,
right. Right.
what the hell you talk
Yeah.
about?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah. You're going to photography jail. You're going to photography
Yeah,
jail.
you're going to
That's right.
no passing go. So preparing for what your events can be. Now your pressure personally is you want to come home with some nice shots because I know you personally.
Yeah.
So I've seen the
Yeah.
pictures that you've taken. You were
Mhm.
challenging yourself to be better than yourself. That's the only
Yeah.
pressure you were actually putting on yourself.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Right.
Nobody was
Yeah,
going to come
and-
over there and holler at you for what
Totally.
the result
Yeah. It
is.
was the few events that I've done, the 3 events that I've done have been very, very low pressure because I mean they were favors. And actually, what I said was, "Hey, is anybody shooting that event?" You know, and they're like, "No," and I'm like, "Well, I'd love to do that." You know, it's it's something that I've been gaining some skill at. So I think I could do a decent job for you. You know, and these are close friends, obviously. So they're
Is it a
Dave.
paid job? My
No,
business
no,
sense
Peter.
is coming in. Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
So if
no,
it was
these
not
aren't
a
paid.
if it's not a paid job,
Mhm.
I wouldn't have elevated it to that person or people to call it a job. I would like to come and take pictures because now it's a
Yeah.
job. Okay, the
Uh-huh.
way you just phrased it to me. Now I
Yeah.
don't know what actually happened in the conversation, but if you made it into a job, even though it's a non-paying job, there's a whole set of rules that come along with the word. It's a job. I'm going to cover it for
okay.
you. You
Okay,
can
got it.
expect professionalism, a professional photographer to arrive.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you were in the driver's seat. You didn't have to take it to that level. You could have just let them, hey, can I come and take some pictures? That's not a
Right.
job. They don't know
Right,
if you're going
right.
to show up with a Kodak Instamatic or if you're going to
Yep.
show up
Yep.
with whatever you showed up with. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you inadvertently raised it to, I want to be seen as a professional, and that's where egotism comes in. Okay? I'm not picking on you because the other people that are listening would do the same thing. I want to
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah.
come in and I want to shoot. I'll do it for free, but I
That's
will.
yeah, that's how that was the responsibility that I put on myself is it was it you know it, and yeah, it technically, like you're saying, Peter, yeah, I totally agree with you. But I saw myself as responsible. Once I committed to this, I'm like, okay, this is a huge responsibility to get really good shots for this person because this is a very special event for them. And so I was, I was as professional as I could be, and so I think, showing up, with all the gear that I did, the backup stuff, a lot of the things like that, it was just all three of these events that I did, they were so fun, but I was exhausted. And I'm
Oh
sure you
yeah.
could, I mean, just after each of those events were more than, 9, 10 hours were about how each of those events, were. They were really long. Um, and I could just
Bones,
remember after each
bone,
of them just feeling
bones in your
exhausted.
body that you didn't even know you had were aching, right?
Exactly. Yeah, and also there was the emotional exhaustion because I did a lot of what you said. There was a lot of you know, people connecting with people and you know, uh, moving people around even, because I could see this really great shot. If you would go over there, would you mind? And it was just there was just so much of that managing the people, like you said, managing people around, and then of course the people who were at the center of the event would then ask me to do some things specifically,
Hmm,
at moments during the event. But the thing is, like, one was a retirement party,
that's nice.
uh, one was a
That's
books,
nice.
and one was a and two were one was a birthday, and one was a book signing.
I saw
And
you did one where the ladies were dancing with these very fancy dresses. Was that one of them?
yes,
Okay. They were very
that
pretty,
was
very colorful, you know.
oh goodness,
And you
yes,
did
that
a
was
great
a
job.
lot of
You really did a great job too.
oh,
You
thanks,
know,
Peter. Yeah,
I
that was probably the longest one, and it was so fun because yes, it was so colorful, and there was so much movement, and I was able to catch a lot of that movement. I definitely messed with my shutter a lot because I wanted to catch a lot of that movement in different ways, and oh, I had so much fun doing that. But these people, they are all my friends. I'm very close to all of them, and I felt like it was more fun for me to do it than it was for them to get their pictures. It's like I just had so much fun because I'm honing in, I'm learning here, and it was they were basically, it was training ground for me. I really felt like it was training ground for me, Peter.
it
And
was
it totally was, and I loved it. And
completely.
I think more and more what I'm moving toward during the pandemic, we set up a bird area outside of our kitchen window.
Oh, I was
And
wondering.
during that time, especially during that shutdown time that we had here, because we had a pretty long shutdown here, I fell in love with these birds. And
Hmm.
they're mostly finches, and they're red-headed finches, and then you have some blue jays, and then you have pigeons, and then you have once in a while the um, I forget what it's, the red-tailed hawk would come in and scatter everybody around. But that red-tailed hawk would come into the bath, and he didn't fit in the bath, but he would
He's
just soak
large.
himself up, and it was such a big bird. But the little bath that we had wasn't big enough, but still he would go in there and still splash. And so during that time, I started taking a lot of photos of these birds. And I get the sense that that's probably something I'd like to do later on. What are your thoughts on bird photography? What are your thoughts on that?
I think birds are very pretty. I think it's an enjoyable picture to look at. Like younger guys will tune into girls because it's pleasant. Okay, getting all I mean, putting all the jokes aside and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a pleasant picture to look at rather than pictures of rocks. I wouldn't sit there and look at pictures of rocks. So I think birds are pretty. Um, and it's also a thing. It's birding for bird photographers, and it's called birding with an ing.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so
Mm-hmm.
you've set yourself up for that already, and
Mm.
that's a good thing. You get an A+ for that. Now I don't know
Yeah.
to show you what I'm talking about. I don't even know what the name of the birds are that you're talking about. So I'm assuming one of those birds was extremely large,
Yeah,
and
that
it
would be
didn't
the
fit.
hawk.
Okay, and the
The
other
finches
birds were
are very
small.
small. The finches are very small.
So
The blue jays
see,
are, and the blue jays are would be medium sized, beautiful blue color, but they're like medium sized bird.
I see
Smaller than a
pictures
crow
of
or a raven.
what do you call the birds that knock all the time with their beak? Woody
Woodpeckers? Oh, they're
woodpeckers,
beautiful. The woodpecker.
and they just float in the air because their wings just.
Oh, the hummingbirds, Peter. Those
That's the
hummingbirds are
one.
incredible.
Those
Yes.
I will stop to look at a picture of a hummingbird. Okay, so I'm
Incredible,
just
right?
revealing my personality there.
Yeah.
So if you've got one bird bath, do you live in a house or an apartment?
A house.
Okay. So if you've got one successful bird bath, I would duplicate that or multiply that. Okay.
Yeah, I've thought about it. I've thought about
Until
it.
you actually make yourself a little sanctuary back there, and
Yeah.
then set yourself up a way to photograph it. You
Yep.
know, when Rylan goes out, which is I don't know, I think he's 17 or 18 years old now, but he bought himself a $6,000 camera. He got the Z9 and an 800 millimeter lens. I mean, the kid
Oh,
evolved
wow.
from a little camera, and
Okay.
they live in an area where there's animals, where he bought himself something called a blind, BLIND. I didn't even
Okay.
know what that was. I'm going to take my
Is that
blind out. I thought, boy, he's
okay?
being rude. You know, is his
Yeah.
girlfriend blind and he's taking her out? I'm going to take my blind out, you know. Well, a blind is somewhere you can hide out in the woods, and the other
I thought
animals
so.
don't
Yeah. Thought
can't
so.
get a whiff of you. It's like a tent with
Yeah.
flaps for photography,
Okay.
or you build
Okay.
it out of wood. Okay,
Mm.
so he's gone and he's grown, and he set himself up where he's now bringing home some amazing pictures.
Wow.
And if you like birding,
Wow.
then that's a track for you. Well, what if you don't like birding? You'll
Yeah.
find something that you like, you know?
Yeah, it seems also, I mean, I love the street stuff and I want to watch that guy, but I also like the connection that I have with nature when it comes to birding though. That it's like and I think being out there as well, being in that environment. I mean, I know everything there's going to be, once you start really getting into it, there's then some anxiety that comes with it. It's not all, because you want to get that great shot. But it seems to me though, like being on the trail, being into the woods, or in places where you're going to be doing that birding would be pleasant. I would think.
Oh, you got two
You've
things
got to be
going
really.
on, right? You've
I
got
believe you
the,
probably have to be pretty patient too, right, to get that shot.
well, for that kind of shot, yeah. So you got two
Mhm.
things going on: the enjoyment of nature, plus the
Yep.
pictures that you're going to show off, because we do show
Yeah,
off.
that's right. That's right. There's this really beautiful bird that I've been wanting to catch outside my office. For the longest time, there was somebody downstairs or something who was hammering on the building, and I just was so frustrated. And I would go outside the building and I'd look around and I'd be like, "Who the heck is doing this?" I could never find anybody. And finally, one day, I go down to the office to the building manager, and she's not there because I was going to tell her, "Look, somebody keeps making noise, and I can't do this." And it's the middle of the day, and who the heck is hammering at the side of the building or something, right? Or fixing something. So I ended up going outside the building one more time. I looked around and I looked up, and what do you think I saw, Peter? I saw a woodpecker.
I saw where this was going, but wow, what
You
a
did, huh?
story! It's like,
And
this
that
is
woodpecker,
annoying. I'm sitting here with patients, and they're
yeah.
hammering on my building. You know,
And
so you
what's so
figure
funny?
the construction's going to stop at some point, but not
Yeah,
with a
that's
well,
what I
not
was
with a
thinking. Like,
bird. Not with a
where
bird.
the
It's going to
heck is
go
this
on
coming from?
indefinitely. Okay, so
Yeah, I was
that's a
getting
good
so, it
story.
was so
That's a good
perplexing.
story. Yeah.
Where in the world is it? And when I saw it, this is what is weird about it. Okay, first of all, when I saw it, it was so beautiful. It's such a beautiful bird. It's so
Oh,
red.
it was a
It's
pretty bird.
super red. And I watched it travel it's on the top of the building. There's a framing that's on the top of the building, and he just travels all up and down that framing, that wood framing.
There
And
is a
so it does.
there's a psychological lesson here. The
Okay,
same thing that was an irritant with a
that's
different
what I was gonna say.
mindset
Hmm.
becomes a welcome.
That's what. Yep,
Now you
exactly. And that
welcome
was going to be my
hearing,
last point. Yep.
right? I stole
Yep.
it from you. Sorry. So I'll let you deliver. Pretend I didn't
No,
say
you
anything.
nailed it. You nailed it, Peter. That was so good. I was so observant of you. Yeah, that's it.
It had to be so darn irritating. I mean, I
Yep.
can imagine the thoughts that you were going through. I've got
Yeah.
my client. I'm trying to get them to
Yep.
open up. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm starting to make some headway, and then this construction destroys all
Right.
my
Right.
work. Okay.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I have to complain. I have to make it
Yeah.
stop. I've got to set some
Yeah.
boundaries. I have to set some rules. Okay.
Right. Right. Right.
10 minutes later
Yeah.
is like, I want that sound. Okay.
That's
No,
right.
wait a
That's
minute.
right.
You wanted to get rid of it, you know? But no. I want that sound now. I want that irritant. I want it. It's kind of like
That's
that
right.
oyster where that sand is an
Uh,
irritant and it makes a pearl. Okay.
right.
So
Right.
if
Yeah.
that oyster could get rid of the sand, it would.
Yep.
But
Yep.
it can't. And we wind up with a pearl necklace that you can give to Meg
Yep.
as for her birthday.
Well, and that was exactly what happened. So now, at that moment, the irritant, like you said, it disappeared, and here I am now looking at this beautiful bird making this beautiful noise, and and then I realized after I told my clients what it was, guess what? They weren't bothered by it either.
Yeah. And if
They
you
were
could
they,
eventually present some pictures, it would be put one on the wall.
I
That
know, I know
that is what's making that noise. Isn't that beautiful?
exactly.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Doc,
So
that looks gorgeous. How did you get that picture? And all of a sudden, you get a bigger breakthrough than you could have expected without
maybe
Woody
so,
Woodpecker
right?
out
There you
there, right?
go.
So I
But that
like
was
that story. I love
yeah.
that story.
You that was like the emphasis was going to be on what you discovered. It's so weird how I was irritated if it was a person being inconsiderate, but I wasn't when I realized it was a beautiful woodpecker, just doing his thing, and oh, it's just so fascinating. And so we have right outside my window, there's a few trees, and we get these crazy green parrots.
Okay, I know what
And
they look
parrots
like.
and parrots are loud. They're
Yeah.
so loud, but they're really beautiful. They're green and yellow, right? And we have this area, this lake near us, and that's where they go. It's kind of like an arboretum where they go and they're in the trees and then they're in the water and they do all that. So we have a number of them out here, as well as peacocks. We have peacocks here.
Ah, they're pretty.
Um, oh, they're gorgeous, but they're really annoying because they'll jump on your roof. They'll run. They'll walk into your house if you leave your door open.
No fear.
They're yeah, they're kind of they're beautiful, but people who have them all the time in their yards, they're a little bit of a nuisance because they're very entitled. They're very entitled. They don't,
Their name is
you know,
Karen.
exactly. They're Karen. So if they're in the
That
middle of the
one
street,
Karen and the other one's Richard.
yeah, yeah. So if they're in the middle of the street, they're not moving. They're not moving out of the way. You're going to have to go around them, right? So I did find it funny what Roy just said, though. I think his last thing he said, birds don't have much money.
Mhm.
I guess they don't pay well, huh? Birds don't pay. So
I guess he's charging birds. Hey,
that's so
start
funny.
start charging people, Roy. Stop trying to charge the birds. So let me press on you. What camera
Oh,
equipment are you working with?
Peter, I still haven't updated. I
But most
honestly have
people
not
don't know what
updated.
you got. They don't even
Yeah,
know what
okay.
you
Well,
got.
I'm
So it's
still I'm still
fresh.
shooting the photography. I still use my R's for my photography. I've got a couple of R's, and I love
Hmm.
those for the photography. I focus more on the lenses. I know that, I do have, you know, I'm still using, the 18 to 35 Sigma 1.8. I mean, that is a nice telephoto lens. I use that quite often on the R, but again, I haven't really invested in any RF lenses except the one I use in my office, which is the 16 millimeter 2.8. I want to invest, in update, more of the
What are you
lenses,
on
but
now?
I'm looking at, oh, right this second, I'm on my
Hmm.
M6 Mark II with the 14, with this, the 14 millimeter Sigma 1.4, I believe. Isn't it 1.4? I think it's 1.4. Yeah.
Is it
That's that
just
super, that's that super common Sigma
16? Then it's
vlogging
a
lens.
16 millimeter.
I'm sorry, 16. I'm sorry, 16. Yeah. That's
Okay.
that super, you know, people love this for vlogging, right? This lens. So
So
I
you've
use
got the
this.
equivalent of a 90D, whether you realize it or not, which is a
Oh,
great
okay.
camera.
Okay. That's the
Okay.
equivalent. Okay. Okay.
The M6 Mark II
Hmm.
is 90D sensor.
Okay.
They put it in, I think, a handier body. So the body that you
Hmm.
have is very nice.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you're not really restricted by what you've got right now to make high end photographs or even high end videos. Uh,
Yeah. I mean, I do. And I don't do so much that like the ZV-E10 is I have that one as well. Okay. And so
okay.
I think that's probably the last camera I updated with, but I'm still using outside of that just that 116 millimeter RF lens. I'm still using a lot of my EF lenses. I'm using, the
Wait.
the
Why did you
adapter.
say RF lens? You don't have an RF camera.
I do. I have a 16 millimeter RF 2.8. That I do have also for my R's. Okay.
Oh,
But the
the
camera I'm
R.
using,
I forgot about the R. Okay, that is a
yeah, yeah,
mirrorless.
yeah,
Never
yeah.
mind.
That's what I'm using. That's what I'm
I
using for
was,
them. When I shot those events, I did those. I rented lenses. Some really nice RF lenses is what I rented for
okay.
those. Some native lenses,
What did you get?
um, and that really helped me. Oh my gosh, what is the one? The one very popular one I used.
Big or little?
It was big. It was the big one. But it's a 2.8. I
70 to
trying to
200?
remember. No, no, I still use my old EF 70 to 200. Okay,
Okay.
I use that on my R with the adapter.
I'm
This one
thinking
was
of what
more
other
of a
big lens would you get?
of a wide angle. But when we're saying
Oh,
big, we're
wide.
talking
Okay.
the large lens.
Okay.
Um, it was about like a $3,000 lens because I didn't really feel like I was going to spend that much money. Um,
You probably got
I
the
just haven't been really.
24 to 70
That was it. It was a 24-70. That was it.
2.8 L lens.
2.8, 2.8,
Right.
and that was awesome. I love that
That
lens. It was
should
a
have
beautiful
delivered
lens.
that should have delivered some knockout
It
pictures for you.
it did. That's a lot of the pictures I got. But it was amazing how good that 7200 still was, though.
Eh, they
Even with
don't
the
they
adapter.
don't turn off their goodness. So
Yeah.
it just stays. It's what does Lewis, Mr. Camera Donkey, say about skills? Okay,
Huh.
and
Huh.
he's very much on target. His wire is pulling. If you're wondering why I'm fidgeting, it's pulling
Okay.
my ear.
Okay. But see, Peter, I also use the 85, Canon Prime lens. I use that lens also um,
You're
with
looking
the
at that
R.
right now.
Is that right?
That's
That's a beautiful lens, man. That is a beautiful lens. Come on, right? It
yeah.
just is.
It just comes in under the radar. I don't know which one you got. This one is not the L one. It's the 85 millimeter 1.8,
That's the one.
and it operates about at the same level as that 24 to 70 L that you had rented.
It's
So
amazing. That's the
yeah,
one I have. I have the same one you have. Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing.
that's what's on the camera right now.
Okay, okay. Yeah. So that's and let's see. And then of course, I mean, again, that Sigma, that 18 to 35 Sigma that I use that's quite
That's a key
a
lens. That's a
yeah.
staple.
Yeah,
Um,
it really is. It really
you
is.
get
It's
10
it's 1.8.
videographers in the room. 9 of them
Mm,
have the hots for that lens.
yeah.
Okay,
I mean, it's a heavy lens,
it's
but
big, it's heavy, it delivers. Okay,
it really does deliver. It
yeah.
really does. So, I mean, and then I've got, some other EF lenses. I haven't really, again, thought about, I think as I'm considering my next move, I am considering though that, things that you're doing. I'm always kind of listening to your reviews because you really work your cameras. The pros and cons, and
Doing the
that's why I
work
think.
and
Yeah.
translating that to get that thought across to a person is where the hard part comes in.
Mm,
So I know what I would do. Okay. Now, how do I make a video out of that? Like you're asking me questions because you're sitting there and you want to know what would I do? What could I do? Now, most people don't get that same level of interaction. So when I go to make a video, I'm trying to think what would they ask? What would they want to know?
ah,
You
okay,
know,
okay,
that's where the
yeah,
Bic lighter and the campfire thing came up. Okay,
mm-hmm,
What was Carlos trying to
hmm,
accomplish there? What could
yeah,
I show
yeah,
him? And that's a whole different skill set, a whole different skill
mm-hmm,
level. You
mm-hmm,
know, so you'll
yeah,
get somebody where you're having a conversation with them in your office, and then
right,
you'll make a video for the Daily Man. Now,
mhm,
there's a disconnect there that you're going to have to connect up for those people, okay?
mm,
Because there's something in your heart and your mind that you want to get across, and they're not sitting in your chair or couch
mm-hmm,
where you have
right,
their attention.
right,
So
yeah,
the skill that you're using and that you have, where you could take that thought and use an old terminology, put it on tape, you know.
mm-hmm,
Now that's
mm-hmm,
something you've been developing for quite a while, okay?
mm-hmm,
So you take a
mm-hmm,
psychologist right out of school, he's not going to have that skill set, okay?
right,
He might
right,
have good ideas, he might be able to
mm-hmm,
be the wonder kid, but then
yep,
try to get him to explain that to the next guy, and there's that's a whole new topic right there, okay?
right, right,
So
right, yep,
you told me
yeah.
that you
Well,
actually counsel people through the air. I mean, what we're doing, whatever we call this now.
yeah. Oh, I do. Probably 30% of my clients are virtual. Because it became people
Necessary.
became very comfortable in doing that. And remember when that whole thing happened, I wanted to give my clients a really professional experience. I wanted them to feel comfortable being virtual with me, and it made a huge, huge difference. And even still today, people still say, I really appreciate the effort that you put into making me feel comfortable with whatever you're doing over there. Like your
Yeah.
setup, it's amazing. And the way you sound and the way it looks, it just really helps. It really does when especially when you're trying to work with someone where you don't want them to be distracted by, you know,
Flashing
how
lights
yeah,
and
how poor you sound, or
right. The
or
sound
whatever, all
doesn't
that.
is not
So
clear. Can you speak a little closer, please? You know.
right. Yeah,
Now
yeah,
I
yeah,
have had the
exactly.
experience. Okay. Uh, it might be a couple of years now, or maybe a year,
Mm.
where I had a problem myself, and Carlos stepped in to help me, and that was virtual,
Mm.
right?
That's right.
It
Yeah.
wasn't even
Yeah.
visual; it was over the phone.
Oh, that's right.
You know,
That's right. It was phone. That's right.
it was over the phone.
Yeah.
So your experience
Yeah.
at handling the phone call
Hmm.
is a whole new set of
Yeah.
tools. You know,
Hmm.
so I was able to experience your skill at being
Mm.
able to do that, and I'll bet you that if you take a dozen psychologists, they don't all have that same level of skill. You know,
Yeah.
uh,
In our industry, if you're not good at that, then you're going to really have issues because a lot of clients, SOS, they need to talk on the phone. They may need to talk right now, and so
oh, is that what the
if you're
SOS means? Okay,
yeah, if you're not good at that, if you're not good at working with a client in the moment, in under distress, then you're going to have issues. You have to be able to pick up the phone and answer that call from a client who's probably in a really bad place.
yeah,
So That has always been there, but the virtual thing was different. There's always been telehealth, but it
Oh,
boomed
I didn't know that.
during
Okay.
that time.
Well, yeah.
Always been telehealth, but man, it went nuts. I
Well,
mean,
it was
obviously,
the
everybody
only
had to do it.
avenue. You know, you
It
had to
was,
poop or get off the pot, you know, so to speak.
yeah,
So,
it
uh,
totally was. And I went back and grabbed just a little bit of my fun photography that I had done in the past with a little bit of my gear. That's all I had, and I thought, I wonder if this will work, and
mhm.
obviously it worked. And then I started watching you way back then, and then things went from there. So, but now I'm doing more workshops, doing that with some of my colleagues, but I'm producing these workshops. I'm
Hmm.
using Ecamm and I'm producing these workshops. I'm in the workshop, but I'm helping produce it. Um, and so that it looks amazing. And I just don't understand why you would want to do a virtual workshop for a Friday, Saturday workshop. Why would you want to do that? Without it being produced. I mean,
Yeah.
if it's just on Zoom and you're just in these little boxes and that's it, I wouldn't be comfortable
Even
with
that.
that.
But even that needs to be produced to a certain level.
Yeah, to a
Okay.
level, to a level, but
I'm not picking on
you.
anybody, but there's some photographers that get together
Mhm.
online and it's just not
Yeah,
um, whatever. Okay. I'll just be
yeah,
nice because they're nice guys. They really are.
yeah.
Okay.
Right, right, exactly. So I
So what
mean,
do you
that's
feel
I
you're
love.
missing? Are you when you're making your productions? Is there something you're yearning for, or you just got your eyes open and looking around?
Well, if I'm heavily, if we're doing a lot, I will have my buddy come in who actually knows how to use Ecamm really well, probably even better than me.
Is it the
So
same
sometimes
guy that
I'll
you have
actually.
all the time?
Yep. No, no,
Okay.
no. You mean the older guy, that you see me with, or the younger guy?
There's and anybody watching this that will know who we're talking about. Is there anybody
Probably.
watching this? That, yes.
Oh, is there? I don't know. Don't know.
Okay.
But
Because the
you might be
gentleman
talking
that
about.
you get on with, let me pick a choice words out, is very subdued. Okay.
Yeah, that's probably Chris. He's a younger
Very
guy.
very subdued.
Yeah,
Um,
that's him. That's
and
Chris. Yeah.
okay.
But he's great because
How
during
is he
that time that
great?
everything happened.
How is he great?
Well, he's great because during that whole thing, when during the shutdown and all that, he worked he worked very closely with me. So we would come in and we'd mask up.
Right.
We took
Okay.
all the precautions. We wanted to still work together. He was great because he really, really took ownership of Ecamm and
Oh,
really
for production
wanted.
purposes.
Yeah, and we could, because we had myself and my colleagues during that time. Again, we still had workshops that we wanted to do, but we needed to do them virtually. And so Chris took that responsibility and really learned Ecamm. And our workshops were amazing. They were amazing. They were incredible. I mean, my colleagues were blown away. They walked into my office and they're like, "This is a studio." You the lights, the
Might not be the
cameras.
guy I'm talking about.
No,
There's I'm watching you
okay.
and here's my thought process. I'm watching you and I'm thinking I've ascribed to you a certain set of skill level. And it's
Hmm.
not low, it's high. And I'm not talking about production, I'm talking about psychology. Okay?
Hmm.
So you're getting into a topic and you're discussing it and you're bringing this other gentleman in and you're discussing psychology. You're not discussing cameras or eCam. And that's the person that it sounds like your skill level is here and his skill level is at another level. And I'm going, knowing Carlos in his mind, how are these two matching up? That's what I can't put together myself. And that's why I'm going down this road because I'm hoping none of these people are watching, okay? But they're I want to know what you see in this person that you keep bringing them in to talk about psychological issues? Are they like a genius in a certain
No,
area and
no,
I
I
just
think
don't know it? Okay.
yeah, I think yeah. So what we're talking about here is a guy that
Don't
I
say
record with.
names. Don't say names.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, he wouldn't have any issues though with it. But that's because I'd say his name on YouTube all the time. So I mean, we use each other, we introduce each other all the time, and he lives out by you. He lives
Oh,
out by you. You're talking
oh,
about the.
Carlos, I need help, and you're going to send me to him, and I'm watching him, and I'm going like, oh no, he's so subdued. He's so
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you're talking, and then you talk to him, and he'll go, yeah,
But
yeah.
that dude has so much wisdom. He's such an interesting guy because he works.
That's what I want to hear. Where
Yeah,
is it? Okay.
the people that he works with are mostly at risk people who are struggling with addictions, couples that have been impacted
What does
by
that risk
addictions.
mean?
Also,
I don't know what that means.
risky
They,
means people that are dangerous. They're dangerous to
to
themselves.
to
You know,
themselves or
they're
someone? Okay, I didn't know what at risk
right.
meant.
And he
Okay.
also works with uh, women who've been trafficked, who've been rescued, and he works with those rescued women. And he's got a very unique way of communicating, and
So
I
there
think
is a
he's
skill
fascinating.
set there that I haven't seen.
Oh,
That's what my
oh yeah,
question is, because you wouldn't give
yeah,
somebody a high rating if they didn't deserve it. So I'm going to start at that
yeah,
square. Now I'm
mm-hmm,
asking you, what am I missing? Okay, and that's
yeah,
what you're explaining right now.
yeah, yeah. I mean, sometimes when I stop talking, and I let him go. Man, it's like wow. I'm always hit by some deep knowledge or wisdom that I get from him. And again, a lot of it is the way that he puts it together. He
Hmm.
has a really powerful way with words. He really does. Now, I will sometimes he'll call me after or send me a text and go, "Hey, when we were talking about that, you opened my eyes to and gave me language to an issue that I have over here that I'm struggling
Cool.
with."
That's excellent.
You know, and so yeah, there's obviously a psychological component that I am more skilled at, but the way that he communicates through a lot of the work that he's done. I mean, basically, he's a very gifted lay counselor, is what he is. He's very gifted.
Hmm.
I mean, I would say he does a lot of what I do, but he just doesn't have the license.
Okay.
Um, but he is extremely humble, so a lot of humility, loves the Lord, and works a lot. Peter, he works a lot in the spiritual realm, is what he would tell you. A lot of the work he does is very, like, sometimes he gets on our recording and he's like, I just got done with this crazy
Person.
situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, because these people are dealing with strongholds of very dark things, that he's working with. And
Yeah.
he works with an organization that is a nonprofit organization that does a lot of that difficult work. They're out there rescuing people. You know, they're they're taking down. You know,
Strongholds.
yeah, and they're working in these rings, these very dangerous areas they're going into,
Hmm.
and he works with those people he works with survivors. That's what they're called. Women who've been trafficked are called survivors.
Oh.
Women who've come out of that industry. And I work with them too, but not like him. He works with them
Raw.
when they're raw. Yeah, exactly. And I get them
Well,
after.
you're
You know.
building my opinion of him,
Oh,
because I didn't see
yeah.
you and him matching up, and I couldn't figure out.
Yeah.
I couldn't throw it away because I know you,
Mm,
and
yeah.
it's not like you would pick up somebody from the street and just connect up and present yourself. So I'm going. I need to
Right.
find
Yeah.
where's where's the combination on this safe.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you're helping me
And
to understand that. You've
super.
used a few choice words here that have helped me to understand
Yep.
what's going on.
Very
Okay.
knowledgeable, and he's a great a lot of knowledge that, and also he's very manosphere. You know, he's worked through a lot of his own issues
Mm.
to establish boundaries. He's like me. He's what we would call a recovering codependent, as I am, and so he's worked through his people pleasing, and he's done a lot of things, and so he's learned. He would say he's still learning, as I am, how to be a healthier,
Human.
godly man, a healthier, godly man. You know, and he's made so many strides. You know, there's a book that came out several years ago called No More Mr. Nice Guy, and
Interesting title.
he talks about that book quite often because that was one of the books that really helped him stop. And he talks about this on our recordings, you know, on our YouTube videos. He used that to kind of stop the madness of his own marriage, because there was a lot of problems that were happening in his marriage
Hmm.
that were about him being very passive.
Passive?
Uh
Is
huh.
that the word you said? Okay.
Yep, passive. You know, and so he needed to start being lovingly assertive. You know, not aggressive. You know, not any of that. But how can you be more lovingly assertive and have a
I can
voice,
empathize
have a
with that
healthy voice?
because I have a hard time with confrontation.
Uh
Uh,
huh. Uh huh.
if I enter into confrontation, uh, I don't want to say I'm over aggressive, but it's not a casual entrance. Okay. My personality is to diffuse situations, not escalate them. But if one of the ways you diffuse a situation is you're afraid to get into a confrontation, that's not a good path, you know. So,
Right.
all
Yeah.
right. So this is becoming
Exactly.
psychological instead of cameralogical. Okay. So
Camera logical. That's good. I like that. That's like that.
cameralogical.
I have to write that down somewhere. I got to use that somewhere. I don't know where,
Where
but I
is
got to use
that
that.
pad that you have that's overhead that you write your little stuff? That
I know.
is so
You like
cool.
that?
I love
Okay.
that. I really love that.
I need to start using that again. It's set up.
Oh
It's in
no,
my
no, no!
office. I use it.
That it's not for. I'm not trying to coax you into anything. I
Yeah,
would
yeah.
like a digital version of that. Honestly.
Oh, yeah, and that's easy too. But my clients really like, because I use that in my office, because my clients really like to see my hand writing down in pen.
Yeah,
You know, they like to see
and
that,
you're
and
using a
sometimes you
marker
can
there, right?
use a marker, right? And sometimes you can
Yeah.
even get the ASMR. You can even
Yeah,
hear it. You can even hear the marker sometimes.
you can
You
hear
know,
it.
it's like,
At the
yeah,
beginning, I thought it was software, and I'm wondering how is he doing that when I first saw you do that.
ah,
Took me a while to
yeah, just
realize, wait, he's actually writing it down. You know, how do you have
exactly,
such good
yeah.
handwriting? That ain't fair. My handwriting don't look like that. You know, so
Well, again, that's a big addition for my clients. When I use that pad and we're writing things out, it makes such a big difference for them, right? It just does. So I think, again, just going that extra mile, you know, is worth it. And I don't think I like to say, I definitely agree with gas, but I don't think it's gas anymore. I think it's bigger than gas. I think it's now GAD,
all right. What's the D stand for?
gear acquisition disorder. I think that's actually
Disorder.
what it is. Yeah.
Oh,
I
you're
think it's a
making me
disorder.
sicker than I was before. Thank you, Doc.
I
Now
don't
I have.
think I think it's a disorder now, Peter. That's what it really is, I think, you know.
Actually,
But
I'll flip it on you. Okay?
okay.
I think it's a therapy. Some people will
Okay.
only feel good when they actually go out and buy something.
Of
Okay?
course, it's a dopamine spike. Yes, of course. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's not
Yeah.
gas or gad.
No? Okay.
It's well, it is, you know, but it's like I feel better. I ordered something and it's coming in.
There you go.
And
Yes.
here's the catch, because you did
Mhm.
mention the gentleman we were talking about, and you
Mhm.
brought up spirituality, which catches my
Mhm.
attention automatically.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay, the entire world has been transferred into an ideology or a, I don't know what you would call it, a formula. All right, you see something you like, you order it online,
Mhm.
you wait for it to arrive, or you watch it as it arrives, and it arrives. Okay, now what do they call that? Connecting the dots. That is a perfect explanation and lesson on what faith is. There's something you want from God, okay? You ask for it, which is the ordering. You get a FedEx slipping ship. You don't have the product yet, but you believe you're going to get it. That's where the spiritual lesson is. How do you believe you're going to get it? You have an evidence. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things, what? Not seen. My FedEx slip is something I could see, but I can't see my new shoes, but they're coming.
Yeah.
How do you know they're coming? There's the essence of faith. It's the FedEx, the Amazon system. I know it's coming, okay?
Yep.
Because I have evidence, but do you have it? No.
Right.
Well, then how can you believe in something you can't see? You're stupid. No, but there it is. I've got a tracking number. Oh,
That's
wow.
Right. That's right.
Try to put that over into faith. I have a tracking number from God, okay? And then it arrives. So there's your cycle, okay?
That's good. That's good.
Amazon and FedEx and UPS, that whole system that this sickness has dropped us into has been a constant faith example over and over that we practice every single time we place an order. Now, I know this is not exactly, rocket science and it's super exciting, but when I realized it, it's like God gives us lessons and we don't even realize we're in the middle of a lesson.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Every time I order from Amazon, I go through that same procedure. Okay? Well, I'm believing for a new Mercedes. Do you have a new Mercedes? No. But I have a tracking number. Okay? So that tracking number is the evidence of things not seen.
Right, right.
And boy, when that lit up in my mind, it's like God has been training the whole freaking planet on how to practice faith. Order from Amazon. and it's a bad company to boot, So
I know, right, right. That's so funny, Peter. That's a good analogy. I like that. I like that. You should use that somehow. I
just did.
I
just did. I put it over the air. It's recorded. It'll go after I'm dead and gone. This video will still be here.
I just did.
I just did.
Hey,
your mind is spinning. Your mind is spinning. What direction are we going in now?
Before, because I'm going to get off here in a second. I got.
That's the direction. We're going to bed.
I've got an early client, but I just want to ask you real quick before we get off. How are you doing? Are you doing some stuff on your kitchen channel recently? Anything?
I'm doing some stuff on my kitchen channel in my head. I'm actually doing it, but not on the kitchen channel. I'm doing it on the Patreon channel, where I grab a camera and I set it on the counter, and here how you stir the pot. Here's how you do this. It's not technically a kitchen video. So my empathy has caused me some problems this week. There's a guy named Noah. Okay, he's dead. Okay. He's 19 years old, and somehow I get sucked into these stories, and it'll drag me down. So this is a psychology and couch situation. So I got into his story. They found him naked and dead on the side of the road, and his teeth were all out of his body. The back of his head was crashed, and his shorts, his clothes were folded there next to him. Now, this has become a big internet story. I mean, it is growing wings, okay? This happened 10 months ago. But it made me very, very sad internally.
Yeah.
Like, I want to help him, but how can I help somebody 10 months ago, But it's a 19-year-old boy, and his life is gone. It's finished.
So sad, heartbreaking, yeah.
So I really got sucked up in this story, and it will, when I lay down in bed, I will start thinking about it. And I realize I'm getting drawn into something I shouldn't get drawn into. I'm not involved. Okay. And I'll be watching YouTube, and they'll bring up the interview from his sister. I'm going to watch it. Okay. An interview from his brother, an interview from his friend. Okay, what
Mm-hmm.
they think happened, what they think. They don't know what happened, by the way. It's if
Okay.
God doesn't break that open, it's going to
Mm-hmm.
become a cold case. But a
Right.
19-year-old
Okay.
boy died for
Yeah.
whatever happened.
Yeah. Wow, man.
So
Wow.
interesting story with no resolution. Okay,
Right. Uh-huh.
but it
Uh-huh.
captures my quiet time, and I think
Okay.
what
I
could have
see.
happened.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's the only psychological thing that I would bring to light. But everything else is fine. You get up, you
Mm.
brush your teeth, you take a shower, everything is the
Mm-hmm.
same day after day. But I will think
Mm-hmm.
about Noah. What was his last hours like? What happened?
Mm.
And I'll get sucked into that, and I'll take it to God. What is God
Mm.
going to tell me? The only answer there
Mm.
is it's none of your business. Okay, you
Mm.
weren't there. You don't know what happened, and there's nothing you can do to help the boy. Okay.
Right. Right.
Well, I don't get satisfaction out of that. I want a
Okay.
better answer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, now guys, look at Carlos. He's in his I'm listening mode, and he's
Mm-hmm.
watching me on the thing, and he's going, "What am I going to tell Peter?" Okay, I put
Well,
Carlos in the corner there.
I would say I just love your energy in your kitchen videos. Like you have your unique style in the kitchen. And it's just kind of funny. Fun. It's almost like it's almost it's soothing to watch you do your
Like
stuff
you're
in the kitchen.
soothing now. You are. People have
Okay.
commented quite a few times
Mm.
when they're
Mm.
listening to me. I'm
Mhm.
excited, excitable,
Mhm.
brash. Then they
Mm.
listen to you, and it's like, I'm going to be soothing as you listen to me. Okay, so you have
Right.
that soothing voice, the one that I
Yeah.
don't have.
Yeah.
I want it, but you can't give it to me. Okay, so
Well, yeah, but that's what I get from your kitchen videos,
you do
So I mean,
get
it's just
that. Well, that's quite a
yeah,
compliment, really.
yeah. No, it's you just have a unique energy, Peter, and so you're a fun person. Your character and all of that just makes watching your kitchen videos just more fun, it's you're not just cooking, it's like you're an interesting person, and you're kind of like thinking, what's this guy doing? Look at his kitchen, look at, and the unusual, the jokes that you crack, the fun that you're having. You're you're just so, and I think a lot of it is because you're just so darn comfortable in front of this camera, and a lot of
That
people
is a
aren't.
true
I
thing.
mean,
I can get in
yeah.
front of a camera, and I'll tell you the place where I'm not comfortable.
Mm.
Okay, I'm comfortable in the kitchen. I'm comfortable here. Comfortable talking
Okay.
to you. Sunday night, when I go live on my big
Okay.
channel, I'm a mess. I am not comfortable. I'm I don't want to say I'm agitated, but darn close. Okay. I'm scared, I'm intimidated, and none of that should apply. I should be as comfortable as an apple pie there, and yet I am so worked up by the time I go like, "Hey, it's Peter Gregg, Miami, Florida." And that's because I'm doing something new. Okay? I'm
Yep.
actually making a video that I intend to be a recorded video, but I'm doing it live. Okay?
Okay.
And
Hmm.
it has replaced recording a video, massaging it, trimming it, editing
Hmm.
it. It's
Hmm.
all live.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
So
Yep.
that is where I'm not comfortable, but I'm comfortable almost everywhere else. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
The other
You're.
place I'm not comfortable is when I'm in bed alone at night and my mind is free to run wild.
Ah. Okay. Yeah.
That's another place
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable.
Mm,
I'm not
yeah.
sinning. I don't want to take you
Right.
guys in the wrong direction. Okay, I'm not
Hmm.
sinning,
Hmm. Yep.
but the empathy
Yep.
is the volume is too high. Okay,
Okay. Okay.
and uh,
Well, yeah. You
that's the
remember?
two
You remember
areas.
that? Do you remember that old movie with oh shoot, Gene Hackman? He made a movie many years ago called Hoosiers. It was a
I
basketball movie.
recognize the name. Yeah,
Beautiful, beautiful film. But in that
really.
movie, these high schoolers, they made it to, the state championship or something, and they weren't supposed to make it because they were not very good. But he had them working together so well that they got to the state championship. And when they did, they walked into the gym, into the basketball arena that they were going to play in, and they were freaked out because the
They were
biggest gym
scared.
they've ever played in
Yeah.
was maybe held 100 people. And this gym held 20,000 people.
Woo.
And so when they walked in there, they all freaked out. They were looking around, freaking out, going, what in the heck? And so this is what the coach did. I think this applies to you on your Sunday night stream. He said, someone get me a tape measure. Got him a tape measure. They walked down to the court, to the basketball court, and he said, okay, measure the length between, the free throw line and the rim. They measured it. Okay. And then they said, okay, measure the distance between the floor and the top of the rim. They measured it. He did all these measurements, and then he said, are those the same measurements of ours back home? Yep. It's the same. It's the same. The arena is different, but everything else is the same. And that helped them kind of calm down a little bit. It just changed the perspective a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's you're it sounds like you're playing in the big leagues on your big channel.
Yeah.
That's like you playing in the big leagues.
Yeah.
But
It's the audience, I guess, is what you're saying.
yes,
Those kids,
it is.
they
right?
weren't looking at their court or their rim or the court. They were looking at the audience,
Yeah, all these people, right?
So
that
what's
they're-
the interaction between the person and the audience? What is it you're afraid to screw up in front of so many people? What's the problem there? What's my problem when I'm there on
Well,
Sunday?
I don't know. It could be a
Oh, you
variety of
don't?
issues.
I thought you were a
it could be-
genius. What's going on here?
You thought I could read minds. Yeah, you thought I could
Bring
read
Meg.
minds.
Meg in here. Meg, come over here. No, I'm just kidding.
There are. I mean, first of all, it's let's just put it in the normal zone. Anybody would have some degree of fear, or they're not normal. There would be some degree. The only difference is that some people have more, some people have less. And so
It intrigues me how it seems some people just don't care. They just don't give a damn, and they get out there.
yeah,
And they're liking the same thing by looking at the guy in the mirror in the morning.
right.
Or it
I mean,
looks
it's
like
amazing
that.
when you hear-
There's your key. It looks like that.
It looks like
Yeah.
that. What's fascinating to me is when you hear, I've heard so many actors talk about how they feel, in their, and these are, accomplished actors that I've heard. And it always amazes me when they talk about their craft and they talk about how nervous they are, how nervous they get on set. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you've been doing this forever, it doesn't seem like you're like, no, but they are basketball players, professional will say the same thing. If you don't have it, a lot of what professional athletes will say, if you don't have some of that fear, you lose your edge. There has to be some fear there. It's healthy. We're not talking about being crippled by fear. We're not talking about crippling fear. We're talking about
Right.
a
Which
normal.
is a fear. A crippling fear is a real thing. Okay.
Yes. Oh, for some people it totally is. I mean, there have been Olympic
That's what a
athletes
panic
that have-
attack is kind of like. A panic
Yep.
attack is crippling fear.
Exactly. So for the most part, though, like for instance, if there is some, fear, it could be, that within that, it could be that normal kind of fear. I'm doing something new. It's fresh. It's new. There's a normal kind of anxiousness that might come from that. And then though we look at, what can be, is there more behind that? Meaning, are you getting more comfortable at it? Is that going away? If it continues, if that fear continues to come up and it continues to be a lot of nervousness or anxiousness, and you've done this a bunch of times already, now
Xanax.
we're saying, now we're saying there's something else. There's something else going on here, and it's probably a fear of failure. It's probably a fear, of criticism, or failing. That's what we're talking about then, right? But that, we would start looking at that based on, I mean, you'd probably be able to identify that pretty quickly even now, because
Yeah.
I think you have that self-awareness even now. whenever I get up and I give a talk, I definitely am feeling some. I'm feeling some nerves. If my colleagues or my peers, I should say, are in the audience, that adds another level.
Another level.
Of it totally does. And so I would tell you that that behind that fear is some uh, you know is some fear of making a mistake. And so what happens if I make a mistake? Here's where it gets really interesting: is what does that mistake say about me?
Yeah.
Because if in my mind that mistake is going to say something about me, it's going to say something negative about me. I'm going to be my own worst critic. I'm going to criticize myself. It's going to say I really don't. It might say this: if I make a mistake, it might say that I don't know what I'm talking about, and that would be so embarrassing. you know. But see, that's insecurity, right? That's like, in reality, nobody cares.
That's
Okay,
the truth.
in
You hit the
reality,
nail on the head right there.
yeah, I'm not, and
You
the reason
think
why is that,
everybody cares, and they
no,
don't.
and they don't.
Okay?
I'm not that important that everybody's going to be like, psychoanalyzing me and making a note about what I just said and did, and nobody cares,
Did I tell you my new
and
motto for this?
yeah, you did. I like
I,
that. I like that.
it sounds pretty stupid, right? But you just brought it up in a natural way.
Yep.
My new
Yep.
motto is I don't care. Okay?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I don't mean it in a negative, like,
That's right.
as I've explained this before.
Yep.
It means what Paul said in the Bible when he said, if you're running a race, keep your eye on the
Mm,
goal. And then
yep.
he adds the part that people like to throw in your face. If somebody
Right.
slaps you on the left, turn your other cheek and say, go ahead. In other words, don't stop to answer that. Keep going towards the goal. Okay.
Right.
Now,
Right.
the
Yeah.
world will basically come in and say, oh, well, you're supposed to turn the other cheek. And my answer is
Mm,
try it. Try
yep.
me and see if
Yep.
I turn the other cheek. Okay?
Right. Right.
Because I'm probably not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So why do you want to
Yeah.
get off of the uh, TV? You got pressure over there? Is Meg want you to come for dinner, or what's
Oh, no,
going
no,
on
no.
over
It's
there?
just it's I got an early client tomorrow. That's all. I
Oh,
got some early clients in
well,
the
can
morning.
we
So,
spend five minutes? I'd like to know what you do on the Daily Man. What are you trying to tell guys?
oh, very, very
Okay,
clearly. Okay, here I'll just tell you really quick.
good.
My focus on the Daily Man is encouraging men to focus on their masculine maturity. Okay, so a lot of men today are struggling to mature in their masculinity. Okay, they're a lot of it is because of the feminist movement that has emasculated a lot of men, their masculinity. A lot of it is millennial parents that have been very soft and cushiony with their boys, and these
Can
boys
I
have
be
grown up
really low level? What does emasculated mean for the? Tell me,
emasculated.
like I don't know.
Is basically, emasculated is being. I think one of my last videos I talked about this. Um, it's basically being um, embarrassed, by a partner. Okay, embarrassed by your wife or your girlfriend, being embarrassed by them, allowing them to um, berate you basically, and not saying anything. Being
Okay.
passive. And not knowing how to fight for yourself, not knowing how to stand up and be assertive. Today a lot of men only know how to do two things: they know how to be passive and they know how to be aggressive, but they don't know how to be assertive. And unfortunately, this generation, a lot of the Gen Zers, and younger millennials are really struggling with. They're
Isn't
confused about their
assertive the same
masculine.
thing? Assertive is not the same thing.
No, assertive is going to be um, different from. It's not aggressive, and of
Not
course, it's not
aggressive.
passive. No,
Okay.
no, not at all. It's you're fully in control. When you're being assertive, you're fully in control. When you're being aggressive, you're not in control. Okay, you're
Wow.
more reacting. You're reacting. When we're aggressive, we're reacting. I can be very assertive, strong, and assertive. I can say, you know what you just said, that that really bothered me. Okay, that really hurt me actually.
Is
And
that aggressive or assertive?
no, it would be assertive because here's how it would sound if it was aggressive. It would sound something like what you just said. Um, you know
Was
what you just
stupid.
made me. You just made me angry at what you just said. Um, it's attacking and it's accusing. That's what aggressive is. It's when you
Okay.
attack somebody or accuse somebody. Assertiveness is when you say, "This was my experience just now. I just experienced this by what you just said." Okay, that's assertive. I'm not telling the guy that he that he did accuse me or attack me. I'm telling him my
How you
experience right
felt.
now,
Right.
I feel attacked right now.
Okay.
Okay, and that's different, right? Again, I'm
Okay.
not. He might just say, "I'm so sorry," because that wasn't my intention. Okay, okay, I receive that. But right now that's what I'm experiencing, and I think it was by the way you said what you said, or the tone that you used, or whatever it is, right? Maybe he was attacking and accusing, and he just can't admit it. But I'm sharing with him
Hmm.
what I experienced just now, and he can't argue with that because that's my experience. He can't invalidate my experience because that's my experience.
Right.
That's my reality or my
You took it out
subjective
of his
reality.
reach to respond.
Yeah,
It's
totally.
yours. It belongs to
You
you.
can't.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah, he can't fight with that now. So,
Okay. Good point. Good point.
so a lot of men are struggling with that assertiveness because they weren't taught. They were either coddled, a lot, or they grew up, with poor modeling and they've unfortunately, because of relationship issues they've had, they're turning to really unhealthy, dysfunctional, toxic men on YouTube and on social media. And these men are teaching them the red pill. They're teaching them how to be not only aggressive, they're teaching them how to be toxic, and these are just very bitter, resentful men who are teaching a lot of men how to how to get action basically, like they're they're teaching them really unhealthy strategies. And that's also keeping them from tapping into their masculinity. I mean, you know this better than I do, Peter. You know that, we have both male and female attributes about us.
Hmm.
We have masculinity and we also have some feminine part of us, meaning we can be good listeners and we can be compassionate and we can be empathetic and we can do that. But a lot of men, that's where they're stuck, Peter. They're stuck in their feminine part. They're
Okay.
just, they're all about their feelings and their emotions. And that's not where, I don't believe that's where we're supposed to be living as men. If we want to experience more fulfillment as men, we have to be living in our masculinity. We can tap into that femininity, but our masculinity has to be first and foremost. And so a lot of men today are neglecting their masculinity. They're not caring for it in any way, and they're struggling. And so I started seeing this in my practice when I would see husbands come in the door, and these husbands could not fend for themselves. They didn't know how to speak up. They were letting their wives walk all over them, and because of that, their wives had no respect for them either. Their wives were part of the problem, but the husbands were a big part of the problem because they didn't
Let's
have the
pause.
tools.
Let's
Yeah.
pause on that for a second.
Uh-huh. Hmm.
Okay. Uh, this is not a fair question, but I'll help tighten it up in a second. Why would why would the man allow the wife to walk all over him like that? Is it?
Hmm.
I'm going to confine the question a little bit. Is it a sexual problem? Is it a muscle strength problem, or is it? I don't know how to explain the last one. When you need something from that codependency, okay, would probably be the best thing. Why would the man allow the woman to walk all over him like that? Would it fall into one of those three categories? Did I explain the last category all right or not?
Sure.
Good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But it's mostly a psychological problem.
Okay, I didn't include that one. That wasn't on
That's
the
what it is.
multiple choice question. All right, so it's a
Yeah, but
psychological
that's what it
problem.
is. Yeah, that's what
Okay.
it is. A lot
He
of
was
times it's a
taught
shame.
it,
A lot of times it's a shame problem, Peter. A lot of times it's shame.
that would be psychological. Okay.
Hmm. So
Okay.
I don't, when that guy was a little boy, he wasn't taught how to handle difficult emotions like rejection or sadness or anger. He wasn't, he was coddled. And what do his parents do all the time? They rescued him, or they may have invalidated him by saying, "Don't worry about that. It's going to be okay."
That's a bad
You
thing to
know,
say?
it's a bad thing because he's not okay. Listen to him. He's
Oh,
crying. Does he sound okay?
okay. I
He's not
just used
okay.
that
Like,
the other day. That's why I'm a little surprised to hear it. Okay.
yeah, it's that's invalidating your little child's experience. They're experiencing distress. And I know that as parents, you don't want your child to experience distress. So what do parents usually do? They tell them it's going to be okay because they don't want them to feel pain anymore. But it's not
Right.
helping them learn. That's not helping them learn how to navigate through that pain, through those feelings, those emotions, which they're going to have someday again as they get older.
And I
And so
just
you
did
want to.
that 2 days ago. I just did exactly that, you know.
There you go.
But
You
it's
want to
not a
help them
child. It
navigate.
wasn't a child. This is an adult male.
Well,
Okay.
but he's an adult child in that area, though. That's the thing. He's an adult
Well,
child
he
in
was
that
he
area.
was cornered and he was getting agitated in his own mind because things were not going to work out. It
Hmm.
wasn't a serious situation, but it wasn't a simple situation. And I told him it'll be okay. Now I feel guilty. All right. So
Well, it's like you want to say, look,
I wanted to
I
diffuse
yeah,
the pain
yeah.
that he was suffering. Okay.
Right, right. So the best way to do that in the moment is to validate where the person is at. To validate, you know what, you look like you're really stressing out, and I can understand this is really hard for you right now. What's going on? I don't know. I'm just scared. Okay. I hear you. You're really scared. You're really scared, aren't you? I really sense that in you.
So
Okay.
you
And
have
then you
a
can go, and then you can go though, Peter. From there, you can go to the can I can I offer you some suggestions, maybe how to deal with
right.
this? See, we can do that, but we've got to start with the let's be with them in their moment. Let's we can help somebody more if we help them navigate through this stuff. By again as a child, it's so much more helpful when you can sit with that child and let's say they came home after school and they were bullied and they're feeling really angry and frustrated, upset. It's so much better for you to sit with them, tell me what happened, and I
So what?
that must have really hurt. That must have made you really angry. Yeah, so
So you right. You
listen to your child, validate his feelings, and then you can go for the so I mean, this is a great question to ask a little child. What do you think you're going to do? Help the child think. Help him process a little bit of what they,
yeah.
you
Well,
know, and
what the point you're
they may
missing
come up.
is, what if it's not a child? Most of us are
Well,
running in these situations. So
yeah,
I'll tell you the
it is a
situation,
child.
even if it's an adult. It
It
is
is
a
a
child.
child.
Okay,
Yeah,
because
it
you
is a
keep
child.
going back to the child, and I keep thinking, oh, I could set this child down and have a conversation. Well,
Hmm.
this
Yeah.
person has a car, and
Hmm.
the back tire,
Yeah.
with the lug nuts all tightened up, you could take
Yep.
the tire and go like this, back tire, not
Hmm.
front. Okay.
Hmm.
So he was freaking out because he was cornered. He doesn't have the money to fix it, and
Mm.
he doesn't have an income coming.
Mm.
But that car represents his ability to go to any job that he will
Hmm.
get. So he
Hmm.
kept going, oh my God, I'm so screwed. But he was using the F word, okay? And I'm standing there. I want personally to fix it for him. But he was in deep pain.
Yeah.
And, because he couldn't see a way out. And I don't have the money to step in and just solve it for him, okay? And I told him it'll be okay. And you just made me feel guilty for saying that to him, you know? You just did that.
Well, okay. See, here's let's make a distinction though, also, okay, because it's not what you said. was the wrong thing to say. Here's the thing though. It's different when, let's just say, you are if you're in a situation where you have a moment to have a conversation, where I guess what I'm trying to emphasize is this: if it's a situation that in the moment there's kind of an emergency situation or a situation like you're describing, I may not have the time right there. It may not be appropriate in that moment to to validate where they're at, more than just saying, "Hey, look, I can, you know, I can understand why you'd be so freaked out right now." That's enough validation right there. You don't need to go, down the rabbit hole like you could if you were sitting down and you had more time with somebody. But in that moment, the validation could just come in from, I can see why you're freaking out right now. Okay, I can see that. And also, and that's why this phrase "and also" is so important, because both of these things are true. You're freaking out. That's true. That's valid. That's what you're doing right now. You're freaking out. And also, do you think things are going to be okay? Do you think things are still going to be okay? It's like, it's very likely he's going to be frustrated, but he's going to go, "Well, yeah, I mean, it's just right now. I'm so angry. It's just right now. I can't believe this is happening."
Yeah.
But it's going to be okay. There's no question about that. This is
That's
going
what
to
I
be
said.
resolved. Right. Yeah. So, but a lot of times, like, I'm going to give you one example. Many years ago, I think our second year of marriage, I bought my wife, we bought a new car, and it was for her. And we bought it on a Sunday. Monday morning, I drove her to work the next morning because I was going to use the car for something. So I drove her to work. Now, the Korean churches are open very early, right? They open up at 5 a.m. across the country. They open up at 5 a.m. for prayer. And so we thought we would stop this one morning next to her work at this little Korean church. We wanted to have a little bit of quiet time, and so we did. After we got out, I got in the car, and it wouldn't start. I didn't leave the lights on. The battery wasn't dead. It just wouldn't start. Now, here's the key. The way I reacted was like a child. I regressed into a childlike state in that moment because I didn't know how to cope with those difficult emotions that were coming up. I was never taught how to deal with difficult emotions like that. I wasn't modeled how to deal with difficult emotions. I had a rageaholic dad who didn't know how to deal with emotions. So I didn't know how to deal with these. Nobody helped me navigate through these difficult emotions as a child. And so here I am as an adult, but I'm still a child in this area. I'm still immature in this area. So how I reacted, Peter, I reacted with so much shame. I had a shame attack. I can't believe this is happening. I'm the only person in the world that would buy a car and the next day it doesn't start. This can only happen to me. I can't even take you to work. All of that is just shame, to the point where I actually remember pounding on the steering wheel, and just, I cannot believe this is happening. And when I looked over at my wife, she was sitting in the passenger seat. When I looked over at her, I was so glad that I looked at her, because her jaw was wide open. Her mouth was wide open. And she was like, "All we have to do is call AAA. That's fine." It's like, what's the big deal? Just call AAA. They'll come fix it. But that's not where I went, because I reacted with that immature part of me that tapped into that shame narrative that I grew up with.
It was your fault.
That's how I received it. Yeah, it was that child, and I can remember those are feelings I had as a child, And so that was really important stuff that I began to work out.
That has to go. You called it shame.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And shame is basically a false belief system that's being activated. Shame is not just feelings and thoughts. It's actually a belief. We believe something in the moment, and that's why we react to something. Now, a few months ago, I went on a trip with my buddy Chris on a camping trip. I had just had my truck fixed so we can go on this camping trip. And on our way out of the city, my wheel broke.
Hmm.
I just had all this stuff done to my truck a week before. Peter, I reacted totally
Say,
different.
oh, okay.
Because that's all the work that I've done. I've grown in my masculinity. I've matured a lot in my masculinity, and masculinity is emotional mastery. That's one of the things that is healthy masculinity is about handling your emotions. And it was so awesome to see I was okay. I mean, I really was okay. I'm so thankful this didn't happen. We were out on the trail. I'm so glad it didn't happen if we were on the freeway. I was so calm. I called up the garage and they're like, dude, just come bring it, tow it, bring it over here. We'll pay for the tow. We'll fix it right now so you can still get out there. I was just so at ease and at peace. And I just remember thanking God in that experience. Just go, Lord, thank you that I've grown so much in this area that I'm not reacting like a child. And that's where I see so many men struggling today, Peter. A lot of men are struggling with, handling their emotions. They're also very sensitive. They're very much in their feelings. And unfortunately, they've bought into red pill women. Red pill women are very aggressive, demeaning, and a lot of men have gotten sucked into that. A lot of men today are what we call simps,
Simp.
right? And a simp is a man who will allow a
And
woman to walk all over him, right? So
is that an
men will pay
acronym or
women.
something? Is it an acronym?
It's like well, it's like no, it's not.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like it's like OnlyFans, right? OnlyFans is you got a lot of women on OnlyFans who are, um, basically legalized prostitution is what it really is, and men are paying these women so they can watch them, Peter. They can be voyeurs and just watch them and pay and pay and pay. And these women will demand these men. They'll demand that they pay, and it's like men have been so twisted, Peter. And I don't want to generalize, but I'm saying a lot of men unfortunately have bought um into this ideology, and they've been impacted by the hardcore feminist ideology, which is I don't need you. I don't. I can do life just well without you. And I'm going to use you. I'm going to manipulate you. That's what unfortunately, the feminist movement today is. The feminist movement today, they don't like men, Peter. The feminists of today don't
Yeah.
like men. That's different. And so that's why I started the Daily Man, because I saw so many husbands coming in who seemed to be so out of touch in their God-given masculinity. They 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 were soft and timid and fearful and insecure, and it was creating a lot of issues in their marriage, not only because they weren't able to speak up, but because their wives had no respect for them. No, I have a couple right now where his wife's basically going to divorce him, and the reason why is because he has been so passive the whole marriage. He's been a stay-at-home dad. He's 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 not been responsible. He's been very passive and like I said, dismissive. And over time, it's really impacted her. That's what I mean about where I see a lot of men struggling today. And Jim, the guy I do a lot of these YouTube videos with, he has a lot of experience in that too, because he's had to learn how to speak up for himself, you know, and he's been married for I don't know how many years, lots of years, like 40 years or something. But he's had to learn how to do that, and that's why the Daily Man, Peter. The other part of it is I see this happening so much with Christian men. The feminists and the red pill and those things, they don't discriminate. And a lot of Christian men that I know in my own church, younger, especially with a lot of younger men, they're sucked into it. You know, they're rejecting responsibility, and instead they are embracing passivity.
Do
You know,
you
they
become
don't
the
know
enemy when you present this
they
stuff?
don't
Do
know
you?
delay, they don't know delayed gratification. That's an example. They don't know how to delay
Oh,
gratification.
yeah.
You know, they're immature.
McDonald's. It's the McDonald's training of our society. You go to window
It totally is.
one.
And it's primarily it's social media. Primarily it's gaming, social media. You know, porn. Porn is a big part of passivity. You know, where men will spend hours and hours and hours in passive, porn usage, and they're not doing other stuff. They're not doing anything else. You know, they're spending hours doing that where they should be doing other things that are stimulating their brains in a healthier way.
Mm-hmm.
Or they're gaming so much. They're gaming like crazy, and they could be doing other things that are stimulating them in a healthier way. And that's why adventure is such an important part too. Whatever that adventure looks like. But so it's unfortunate because it's a different time, Peter, than when you grew up. It's a different time than I grew up. I see a generation, that is we're already calling a lost generation. We're really fearful for this Gen Z generation that they have been so coddled that they don't know how to handle difficult feelings and emotions. They're
So
so yeah.
this is a tall order, okay?
Mm,
Uh, because each person's situation is different. What would you want a man that's just casually listening to this to walk away with? What is something that he can embrace to keep with himself as a tool to put into his mind and keep it there? Okay. Is there
mm.
something that rises or floats to the top? Remember that Bible verse where they would throw the axe in the water and it would float? You don't remember that verse, or you do?
Yeah, I
Yes?
think so.
Okay.
Hmm.
So what tool would you give a, doesn't matter the age. I was going to say young guy as if, oh, they're special. A man is a man. A man is a man because there's physical attributes to him that make him a man. Okay? So any man that's listening, it doesn't matter what the age is. Can you give him a tool that would float to the surface that he can keep, or not really? It's a long process. I don't want to make you. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I'm thinking, what do you want to give me
You say that all the
to?
time. It's good.
I say, or you do?
You do. Don't want to put you on the
No.
spot, and then you put me on the spot. I just want
And
to
then
say.
I put you exactly.
That's right.
I'm gonna. How about if I tell the truth? How's that for a starting point? I'm gonna put you on the spot. Okay.
There you go. That's better. That's better.
All right.
Okay.
See, I'm
If it
growing up.
was one,
At 70 years
there
old,
you
I'm
go.
growing up.
Hey, we're gonna be growing up until we're ascended, right, Peter? I mean, that's just how it is,
Absolutely.
man.
Yeah. No,
I would
is
just
there
say,
a simplistic
I would say,
thing that
yeah.
is society today that as a man I should understand, very simplistic, that I could walk away with and keep in my brain? Might not use it today or tomorrow, but I might use it this week, okay? Or the coming week, or the week is coming into the
I
end.
would, yeah. I mean, I think the most important one. I mean, yeah, it is really. It's not something that I would think, or I would say it's more something I would do, and this is what I would encourage anybody to consider doing. Any man to consider doing. Establish deep and meaningful and accountable relationships, or a relationship with someone. That's just the main thing I would say right there is, and it's the scariest thing to do because we don't want to be vulnerable generally. We don't want to let somebody else in on our stuff or the things that I feel shame about or embarrassed about or whatever. But that to me is because that can lead to other things. That can lead
So
to
you're telling me
growth
I need to tell
and
my
change.
biggest secrets to somebody? Is that what you're saying? Be accountable?
I would say I'm not going to say you need it because most of us
We're
are going
not
to go
picking
through
on me,
life.
but I am picking on me. It's the
Yeah.
best guy to pick on.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Well, I would just say we're talking about, like, here's the thing, Peter. Christian, I know a lot of my Christian brothers, myself, I'll include myself in this situation too. Um, we are going to be okay moving forward in our life, confronting the dysfunctional issues that we have, you know, we're going to we're going to be okay, you know, but I don't think that's, you know, when we think about what we can do because of how God has blessed us and with our minds, we don't have to just be okay. We can actually be better than okay. Meaning, most of us, Peter, most men, Christian men, are going to have footholds or strongholds in their life, and they're going to have them forever. They're never going to. They may mellow out a little bit. They may have times where they're not struggling with it so much, but they're going to struggle with it forever because they're never going to deal with it. They're never going to confront it. They're never going to face it. But they're going to be okay. Meaning,
They'll make it to the day they die. Okay.
Exactly, Peter. Exactly. But it's like, that's not, I don't think that is the bar. What I say is this. I really believe that God, you know, he wants us to be more optimized, you know, as men. He wants us to not just be okay. He wants us to be awesome. But if we're going to be awesome, then it means that we're going to have to face these struggles in our lives. We're going to have to confront them. We're going to have to face these dysfunctional parts of ourselves. You know, I don't think Paul would have been as exceptional as he was, you know, if he didn't, you know, confront what I really believe was his Saul of Tarsus part. You know, I mean, that was him. He did what he did. That wasn't someone else. And I think there's this, I think the thing that stands out to me about the Apostle Paul is just that, how did he reconcile? I mean, I know he had an amazing spiritual experience. There's no question about that. But he was still a man, and he still remembered what he used to do. And I'm sure the enemy wanted to throw that shame up in front of him and be like, Peter, Paul, don't forget what you used to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, here you are trying to spread the gospel here and share Jesus with these people, but don't forget what you did to these Christians before, right? And
right. I'm glad that's where you were going, because that is the thorn in the flesh that I believe that he was referring to.
I believe that too, Peter. You're the only one who believes that. I believe that too. I really do.
Because it's hard to deal with the guilt of what you've done. How can I put aside? Let's just say one. Let's say I killed one person, not a whole bunch.
Yeah.
How can I put that aside while I tell you about the love of Jesus? I tell you God will forgive you of everything. And then that thing comes up and goes like, you're a killer. That's the thorn in the flesh. That's
exactly it.
Okay.
That's
the thorn in the flesh. I'm going to remind you of who you were. Okay. Yep. And what's the right answer? It's just as simple. Yeah. God's going to say, I'm going to remind you of who you are now.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
It has been a change. Okay. Yep. The devil's going to remind you of who you were, and God's going to remind you, or the Holy Spirit's going to remind you of who you are. That's where the thorn in the flesh, they keep going on with all this crap. That this is the thorn in the flesh, and that is the thorn in the flesh. It's reminding you of who you were. Okay? How could you possibly do that if you were a rapist or an adulterer or a killer or this or that? Okay? So that's the thorn in the flesh. That's exactly, I'm convinced 100% that that's what the thorn of the flesh was.
I am totally with you, and I don't think I've ever heard anyone align with that, because I've always thought the same thing. Like, that had to be. The thing about that too is that shame says you are, not you were. Right? Shame says
that's
you
true.
are.
It brings what you were into you are. It brings it to current.
It makes you believe it. Exactly. That's why it's so destructive, because it's a false belief about yourself in that moment. It's not regret of what you used to do. It's actually shame about who you are. You know, you are a rapist. Don't forget that. Do not forget that you're a rapist right now. You know, it's like, that's why shame can be so overwhelming, because it's this really deep, dark, false belief that we have about ourselves in the moment. You know, so the reason why I think so going back to the optimization is I think a lot of our a lot of these issues that we all struggle with, we all have some degree of dysfunctional parts about ourselves, and but it's up to us if we want to push through those. But if we're going to push through them, it's going to mean that there's sacrifice going to have to be involved, because I'm going to have to do things that are going to be hard, and I'm going to have to turn over to the Lord. I mean, if I have a fear, then I'm going to have to expose that fear. But but I'm not going to be reckless. I mean, obviously, I want to expose a fear, but I want to do it with somebody with me, or a fellowship, or accountability. I want people who can be with me in that process of facing that fear and that insecurity. You
Mm-hmm.
know, and that's where the Bible is very clear too, right, about how we're healed, confessing to another brother. Like that's very powerful. Confession to the brother so that you'll be healed. It doesn't say just confess to God and you'll be healed. It says confess to another brother.
Mm-hmm.
And so that fellowship piece is really missing, huge, right, with men, even Christian men. We're so good at, at being alone and trying to figure things out on our own terms in our own heads based on our own understanding. What does Scripture say about your understanding? Don't rely on your own understanding. It's going to get you in trouble. And yet that's a lot of what is happening today. I feel, like the goal, and the reason I called it the daily man is because it's a daily commitment.
Yeah.
And I'm going to fail. Some days I'm going to fail. Every day I'm going to fall short. There's no question about that. But some days I'm going to really fail some days, because I'm going to be in self-pity, or I might even be in shame, or I might react to something. Yeah, I may. But again, I think that masculine maturity is going to be, well, are you going to be in your head about that? Are you going to let that destroy your whole day? Are you going to let that destroy? And a lot of men are. They're going to let it cripple them, basically, and they're going to be in self-pity, and they're going to be in their shame, and their wives certainly aren't going to like it, but and their kids are going to be impacted by it. And that's another thing I see a lot of today is the kids, Peter. They're in the crosshairs,
Mm-hmm.
of their father's immaturity, and they see it. They see the arguments that mom and dad are having, because mom is like feeling like her husband just doesn't show up. He's not showing up.
Yeah.
He's
This has been going
I have to
on
do
for hundreds of years, though. I mean, this is not
yeah.
a new
No, it's not
cycle.
totally new. That's right.
300
We
years
we are
ago, same stuff, you know?
yeah, yeah, it's the same, feelings, emotions. What we're seeing a lot of today, there are some, I would say, unique elements to um, how the ideologies that we're facing in our society are hurting so many men,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and it's really crazy to see it infiltrating the church. It's really impacting, and I think this is probably one of the biggest ripoffs, is being a believer
Mm-hmm.
and being miserable. Being a miserable believer, what a ripoff. It's like, why? Then why? Why am I, attempting or choosing to follow Christ when I'm at the mercy of of my misery,
Yeah.
my shame, my self-pity, and that's, again, you can get through your life that way, but it's going to have a lot of negative implication. It's going to affect a lot of people closest to you, your partner or your kids. It's kind of like, I don't know, we're told that the promised land is there. It's right there. I promised you that, meaning greater wholeness and freedom is there for us as men of God. We can experience greater freedom and wholeness. but it's so interesting. I look at it the same as, you know, as that time, you know, right, with Moses. I think, you know, what did they do when they came back? Most of them were like, that ain't working. Okay, that's scary. We're losing that fight. We're not going to do that. And of course, only the two guys that said, "What are you talking about?" I mean, God already promised that to us. There's no question. Like, why would you not? Why would we not trust God? And then, you know, the whole rest of the story. What I love about Caleb, all those years later, when he was 80, was when they were ready to go again. Remember what Caleb said? He's like, I feel stronger now than I did then. It's like, I'm ready to go and take the land because I believe, just like I did back then, that it was promised to us. A lot of Christian men today are walking around without that belief that you know, greater freedom and wholeness is promised. Like, you can experience greater freedom and wholeness because of the Holy Spirit, because of that dependency on Christ, you know, than being in this stronghold. A lot of Christian men don't believe they can break a stronghold, Peter. They're at the mercy of their stronghold. I just can't. I've tried everything, Peter, is what a lot of guys say. I've tried everything, and I just don't think I'm ever going to be able to break free from this addiction or this depression or this, you know, these dysfunctional ways that I have. I don't believe it. I can empathize with it because I think I lived that way for a long time. You know, that's why I think I can relate to it. But the same way that I walked into greater healing, it didn't take, I wasn't able to master my own domain. At some point when I was truly ready for greater healing, I had to trust God by being vulnerable, reaching out to some people that I knew I could trust, and fearfully sharing my stuff with them, trusting that they were going to be, it was scary because I was hoping they weren't going to judge me. They weren't going to criticize me. They weren't going to, you know, condemn me, you know, any of those, shame me. And I was met by God's grace. And that's when I realized, oh, this is what Scripture means when it says when you reach out to the body, that the body is going to act in a sense like ligaments, right? There are people in the body that are going to show up for you. And Peter, you know this probably also better than I do. There are a lot of knuckleheads in church. There's no question about that. You know, but I didn't let them get in my way, because I talked to some of them, and I was like, yeah, I'm not talking to you again. You're not a very safe person. You know, they're trying to fix me. You're trying to tell me all the things I need. That's not why I'm sharing this with you. I want to share this with you because I want you to empathize with me, try to understand me, come alongside me. I'm not asking you to be my coach, you know, and so I had to let go of those guys, you know, what I call icky Christians. That's what I call them. Okay. They just had Bible verse after Bible verse to try to shove down my throat. That's not what I needed in that moment. And when I did find those men, 3 in particular, oh my gosh, they were really safe men who were able to even just empathize and be sad with me and be in my pain with me, like I needed my father to be, Peter. That's what I needed from my father. I didn't get it from my dad.
Boy, you tied that up around really good.
Yeah. And God was using these men to father me and to heal my father wound. And that would happen. But, you know, not all of us had bad relationships with their fathers like me. You know, a lot of people had healthier relationships with their dads. So they got more. They got more, you know, validation from their fathers. I just didn't. And a lot of men like me, we just don't, you know, we don't have a lot of tools today. So that is a long way around just saying the daily man is to support men in today's society where a lot of men are struggling in confusion about their masculinity. They're so much in their feelings and in their emotions, which is good, but that's not where we're supposed to live. what you know what you're Peter, you're at your core, you're more pragmatic. You're more about fixing things. You know, but a lot of men today are neglecting their fixing part, that
Mm.
inherited masculine part that says I want to fix something, or find a solution. Instead, they're in their feelings too much, and that's
Or they want to
it's
fix
not
something, but
it's not beneficial.
they want to fix the other possibilities. They want to fix something, but they live in a 30-second answer life. If I
Well,
can't
yeah,
fix
and
it in
that's
30
yeah,
seconds, okay, then
mhm,
this conversation
yeah,
is not going to continue,
that's right.
or that isn't the solution. There is no long term application to arrive someplace, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
call it the lack of being able to apply yourself,
Yeah,
to something, you know.
yeah. So the very powerful male movement, which is again the red pill movement, it's teaching men in droves. It's a lie, right? Here's how to be a man, and that's what these men are running to. Here's how to be a man. Be a man by dominating. Be a man by taking advantage of. Get her before she gets you. That's what they're saying. And yeah,
Overpower
that's it.
every situation
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you were built with the muscles, okay, but you know I
Mhm.
I can I can share that I lead people by my weakness. You know,
Mhm.
I don't think I know anybody that I could beat up. And I'm almost ashamed to say that, but everybody I come across is stronger than me. And yet, God uses me to direct, to lead, to teach. And I'll just say this in case that came out wrong. God says that, your righteousness is like filthy rags to him, which is what it's a huge slap in the face to a human being to tell me anything that I consider as being good is like filthy rags to God. Now we know how to expand that
Yeah.
scripture in so many directions. I'm not going to do that. I'm just saying God is saying there is no good in you. That's why I had to put somebody there to be the good in you. That's where
Yeah.
Christ comes in. Okay?
Right. Right. Yeah.
I don't want to be told, you basically count for nothing, but God is saying that. God is saying there's nothing you can add to this. I'm the
Mm-hmm.
one that adds, and
Right.
what I add is Jesus to you. You keep
Mm-hmm.
trying to add brownie points. You keep
Mm-hmm.
trying to, if I prayed an hour a day, what's the famous saying that these preachers will say, somebody will come along that prays 2 hours a day. Now, how do you feel about that? So there is, when God starts to take and rip that down in you, you start to change. Because before that, you know, you'll do your cross, you'll take whatever this prayer is, you're trying to create brownie points, and God told you up front, the answer that you're looking for is not in here.
Right.
Okay? And you'll hear people tell you the answer is inside of you. No, it's not. The answer is
Not.
outside of you. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's Jesus coming into you. All
That's right.
right? So you will
That's
have
right.
all these religions. That's what the men turn to. Muslim
Mm.
religions. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
They have to pray so many times a day. They're trying
Mm-hmm.
to create brownie points with God. And
Mm-hmm.
God has told you already, there's nothing good in you. There's nothing. It's amazing that God still loves us. I find that
It is.
so
That's
remarkable.
right. It
The
is
more He
amazing, isn't
lets
it?
me
It
see
is.
of me, I go, please, God, don't show me any more of me.
Oh
I
yeah.
can't handle it.
Totally.
I cannot,
Yeah.
I don't want to know more
Yeah.
about me.
That's
Okay?
right. That's right.
Because the bottom line is what
Yeah.
He says all along. I
Mm.
am the righteousness of God. I'm as good as God, is what the
Yeah.
Bible
Yeah.
says. But there's another
Right.
part to
Right.
that scripture in Christ Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I am the
Yep.
righteousness of God in Christ Jesus. And then
Yeah.
he turns around that says, your righteousness is like filthy rags to me. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to,
Mm-hmm.
it takes a man like you to teach another man, how do I put that together? Because God is
Yeah.
stripping me
Yeah.
down to be naked. But how do
Yeah.
I clothe myself now? If God is telling me I'm such a
Right.
creep,
Right.
how do
Yeah.
I not be a creep? Okay?
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
See,
I didn't mean to launch, but you know.
it's, I mean, living out is also, part of that. I mean, when I talk about passivity, I'm talking about just how, you know, um, it's so easy to live comfortably, in our society. It's, we really don't talk a lot about sacrifice, and a lot of, for instance, a lot of men who are struggling with addictions or things like that in their marriage, because that is a passive behavior that's medicating with something, you know, like addiction. And instead of facing their feelings and their emotions, is what I'm saying. But what's so powerful is I know some men who have turned that around, and they've turned it around by facing these giants in their lives. But what is so fascinating is to see what it took them to actually love their wives like Christ loved the church. That's what it took. Like, look, if you want to live that out, here's your opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Sacrifice yourself for your wife right now, meaning get well, do everything you can. And getting well is going to be very painful. It's going to take radical humility. It's going to take supernatural humility to heal this marriage. It's going to take you feeling like you're being treated like a child, because of, the accountability that you're going to need to get well. It's going to be you needing to be in treatment. It's going to be you needing to take direction from people. It's like, in this area, because you hear them say, I just want to be more like Christ. I just want to be, more. Okay, well, here's your opportunity. This is, if you want to be more like Christ, then you will sacrifice yourself for your wife to get well. I mean, this is how, obviously you've got to do it for yourself. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, I think a lot of us believers, specifically to Christian men, I think we fail to understand how to live out an application, right? A lot of these things that we're reading in Scripture, because we're so. Peter, I had a pastor once at a retreat that our church was at several years ago. We were at this retreat, and I connected with a pastor who was giving the talks that weekend, and he was an awesome guy. He's really powerful, and he said, "Carlos, I love what you're doing," because I was doing a kind of a recovery program up there at the retreat during one of the days. And he said, "Carlos, that's really neat you're doing that. Would you mind if I promoted that tomorrow in my talk?" And I'm like, "Sure,
Yeah.
if you want to. It's up to you. I think that would be awesome." So the next morning came, and he just said, "In the morning, can you just remind me? Because I just want to make sure to do it." So the next morning came, and I reminded him, and he said, "Okay, thank you." So he gives his sermon, his talk, his teaching, and he's getting to the end of it, and I'm still thinking, he hasn't said anything. I wonder if he's going to say, well, maybe he just forgot. And I really didn't care, Peter, because it didn't matter to me. That was just a kind offer, And then this is what he said: "Guys, I want you just to close your eyes, and I want you to confess to God that dysfunctional thing, that addiction, that behavior, whatever it is that you're hiding. I want you just to confess that sin to God right now. Just do that right here. Just do that right now. I mean, you don't need to do that anywhere else. Just do that right here." Peter, I've never done this before. I had to get up and go take a walk. I had to leave because I was so hurt and frustrated that he just let so many men off the hook. He just let so many men right off the hook. And as soon as my pastor came outside a little later and he said, "How you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm really struggling right now." And he goes, "I know why." And he encouraged me. He said, "Carlos, I think you need to talk with him, because we drop the ball sometimes. As pastors, sometimes we drop the ball." And I think he dropped the ball there. And so I did go and talk with him later, and I said, "Look, the reason I struggled so much with that is because there are so many men who need to confess to other men. That's what we're called to do. That's what Scripture says. And a whole bunch of men who needed to be in that room later to confess aren't going to be in that room now because you let them off the hook. You told them, just be comfortable in dealing with your sin. Do it in a comfortable way. Don't sacrifice anything for it. The sacrifice is going and sharing with other men. That's scary. That's a sacrifice. Just do it right there in your own chair." And I said, I have a hard time with that because, I mean, that's certainly not how my own issues, how God broke into my own issues. He broke into my issues when I started sacrificing. I instead of waiting for the super zap, God, just give me a super zap and heal everything, right?
Yeah.
And so and that's, again, Peter, it's part of I think the Gen Zers are so much about comfort, and even when we look at millennials as well, like you just said, the millennials they're extremely sensitive, they're in their heads, and that's why the Daily Man, it's like, can we together, let's look at what a daily commitment to godly masculinity looks like. And that looks like rejecting passivity and embracing responsibility. And with the total and complete awareness that we are covered by His grace, we're not going to do this perfectly, not even close. But we can begin to commit to that and game plan. So that's it, Peter. I mean, it's...
Well, can I challenge you there for one quick second?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
I think you're going to be disappointed in what you're going to hear, okay? But it might bring something good. Mm-hmm. I think I can run with the sentence that you believe God's in charge. It'd be dumb for you to say, no, He's not. Okay?
Yeah, no, I totally believe that, sure.
Okay, so when you get hurt that deeply, you went outside, you should have, well, this is my opinion, just talk nicely. You should have gone to God and tell Him what you were thinking.
That's what I did outside, Peter. That's what I did outside.
Good. Because maybe that's what God wanted to happen at that moment, even though you would, if you were God, you would have not let that slide at that moment. That was an opportunity that was missed, okay? But I've run into those situations, and it's like, God, you shoulda, woulda, coulda, okay? I got to remember I'm not God. I'm not correcting you. I have a feeling I'm going to fumble this up, okay? But what I'm trying to say, when you get that passion that rises so high, and that happens in me too, you need to go to God and say, you got to know better than I do, because that's just plain not right, okay? Yep. That's my message to you. That's the challenge. Maybe it had to be that way for a reason, and you just don't know what the reason is. You're not privy to that information. So that's when you defer to God and say, boy, you missed this one, God. You messed it up, okay? You had them in the palm of your hands. You had the guy there, and all he had to do was see things my way, okay? And that's where we have to defer to God. Maybe for some men,
I mean,
it was
I
beyond
think
their
it was,
capability. When you were saying that, I was thinking, what would I say to God in that moment? And if I could have interrupted you, I would have said, I would tell God such and such, but as close as I am to you, I wouldn't tell you.
Mm.
because I would be too ashamed to tell you. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I
Mm-hmm.
was thinking just 2 minutes ago? You were
Mm-hmm.
going, I want you
Mm-hmm.
to tell God what I forgot how you phrased it, but I'm thinking, what would I tell God? And then I'm thinking, this is something I wouldn't want any other person to know. Okay? And then you got up and got mad and left the room. And now I'm stuck with
Well,
you
yeah,
on my live
yeah,
show, and I don't know
yeah,
other than to think, how do I handle this? I have to say,
yeah.
God's in charge, not me, not
Mm-hmm.
Carlos.
That's
Okay?
right. That's right. That's right.
And because I've been in those
Yeah.
situations, so that
Yeah.
that would just be my challenge to you. Sometimes God's in charge and He does it different. Okay, and
Yeah.
it's like, what's
Mm-hmm.
wrong with you, God? Can't
Well,
you see the
he's always
forest
in
for the
charge.
trees? You know.
Yeah, yeah, and he's always in charge. It's not sometimes. He's always in charge. So in my turning it over to God was me taking the break. That was me turning it over to God. It was the hurt that I experienced in that moment. There wasn't, it was. I really wish that I was more like Christ in that moment. I really
Hmm.
do.
But you have
I
a
wish I was.
goal. It's
I
preset in
wish I
your
was.
heart.
I wish I was just
You
so
know,
much more, patient and understanding and compassionate. But you know what? I'm not. And so,
and neither am
I
I.
was okay.
You know.
Yeah, and I was okay getting up and taking that break as a way of. And I talked to God as I walked out. I talked to the Lord as I was outside. I prayed, and I was intending to come back and talk to my pastor. And this room was. We had about 600 men in the room. It wasn't like it was an awkward thing, to walk outside. But um, it was my conversation with God was a little bit different though. My conversation with God is, Lord, give me wisdom to know how to deal with this situation. That's exactly
Hmm.
what I prayed.
That's good.
And because
That's a good
I
flow.
know that yeah, I know that it happened. I mean, this is it. I don't maybe I'm not going to get I don't know where he's at. I don't know why he said that. I don't know. And it was so helpful when my pastor came out and really validated. He's like, I know exactly why you're out here because he caught
He
it
knows
too.
you. He knows you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
He
he
knows
caught
your.
it. He caught it. He said
Yeah.
he shouldn't have said that, Carlos. I mean, and that's when he said, you got to be patient with us too, because us pastors, we drop the ball sometimes.
Yeah.
And he did. And you need to go talk with him because that's important. I remember him saying, that's an important thing that he hear from you because that's a lesson he needs to learn.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, wow, that really helped me because it helped me also humanize, the pastor is just like me. He's a pastor. He's obviously has education and he's been called to do this, and he believes that, he has been called to do it and that's why he's doing it and is so passionate about it. But he's also going to make some mistakes. And it's up to us as part of the body to, again, be honest, I'm not
Absolutely.
talking about, sometimes my pastor, I talk to him and he's like, Carlos, when I give a hard sermon, I gave that hard sermon and I'll ask him, how are you? Because you gave a hard sermon on Sunday. I got a lot of really nasty emails, he said, a lot of nasty emails. And so that's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about being honest and loving about something that you feel hurt by. And for instance, my pastor, Peter,
Mm-hmm.
one night I had a client who goes to my church and she called me at the service because it was a Saturday night service. We usually go to the Sunday. So she was at Saturday night. She calls me and says, I'm struggling. I want to drink. I'm feeling cravings for alcohol right now. And I go, okay, what's going on? Talk to me. What's going on? The pastor has mentioned wine about 40 times already.
Mm.
And that word has been triggering me because he's talking about the water to the wine thing and he's using some analogies.
Right.
And I said, I'm glad you stepped out because you're feeling cravings. I said, I
Good
want you to go
point.
back in later afterward and I want you to have a conversation with him, because you're not the only recovering alcoholic in the church.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he's using that too much because he's not aware. And so she ended up doing that, Peter. She went up there and she spoke with him the next morning, Sunday morning. He did a total 180. He said, before he gave the sermon, he said, I want everybody to know somebody came up to me last night and corrected me, and I'm so thankful, because I was very insensitive to people who potentially have issues with alcohol in our church. And so I tweaked my sermon today a little bit so that I wouldn't trigger anybody here who is recovering from alcohol. That's why we need to say something to our pastors. You know, it's like it's our duty to do that.
To show them a different perspective of what's going out across, you know.
And it shows us, it showed me his humility and his leadership. You know, that he was able to receive that. I thought was really powerful. I was like, I mean, I love him, but that was another
we
level
each have a
right
different passion. That's why we're all members of a body. You have a passion in one direction. I can unleash my passion, okay, which is about the rapture, okay. I think it's critical. I take communion often, many times on a daily basis, and during that time, I learn something. Well, I learned something this week, mind-blowing. You know how you root for one team or another team, okay, football, so on and so forth. Excuse me, I need to ban somebody. Okay. Okay. All right, so there's... I lost my train of thought. What was I saying?
We were talking about football, and sometimes we need to... what you're saying? Oh my gosh! Now I messed up. It is getting late.
Yeah, that's right. I feel like I'm having just a private conversation with you. You know.
Yeah, so, I know we are.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, my passion is on the rapture. Oh, I got it back. Okay.
There it is. Okay, that's right.
So, the large conversation in the church today is pre-trib, post-trib. You're on one team or the other. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus is going to come before the tribulation.
Or predestination as well. That's another big one, you know.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm
big one.
God taught me on this particular point. Okay.
Right.
I'm pre-trib. Okay, and there's a big, huge, growing swell up of post-trib. I don't think we got anybody watching now, but anyway, pre-trib means Jesus is going to come and take us out, and then this 7-year tribulation is going to happen. Post-trib is the Christians go through the tribulations. God's going to protect you, help you, whatever the promises of the Bible are. And the rapture will happen at the end of the tribulation.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
What's the one unthinkable thing? Completely. Okay? These people are in there and they're passionately defending their point of view. And I took communion, not even thinking about the rapture. Okay? And God is so sweet. But boy, when he drops something in, it could be a bomb. And I mean in an explosive way. Okay?
Right.
So I finished communion. I'm going about. I'm going to unload the dishwasher, you know, which means I'm not in a spiritual mode, all right? And God just dropped this bomb in my mind. And he said, there is not one rapture. There's 2 raptures. And I actually said out loud, what? It's like I wanted to say, you don't know what you're talking about. But thank God I held my tongue. And then I went and I spent 3 hours or more restudying, and I arrived to the conclusion it's true. Okay? Now, I can't preach that. Okay? It's like preaching, you know, the church wants to preach that homosexuality is the one sin that can't be forgiven. Now, if I go out there and I start to preach opposite to that, I'll be ostracized. So I just keep quiet. but Jesus died for all sins, not your select chosen sin. Okay?
Right.
So I studied it and came to the conclusion there's a huge amount of people for the pre-trib, and you know what? There is a rapture at the beginning of the tribulation. There's a huge amount of people going, there is going to be a rapture, but it's going to be at the end of the tribulation. And you know what? There's another rapture there. And if when you study it through, there has to be. What happens to the people that get born again during the rapture? They're part of the body of Christ. Okay? They are part of the ruling class. So during the next 1,000 years, when you have people born, okay, naturally born through sex, okay,
Right.
all right, some of them will become Christians. Some of them will not.
Okay.
So what are we saying? That the people that are born again during those 7 years are excluded from both plans?
I see.
The plan
Right,
of God
right.
during the 1,000 years and the plan of
Yeah.
God before the 7 years? Okay? So I started to play that in my mind. And if you follow Matthew 24, which is where the post-rapture people get their
Yeah.
umph,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
Jesus does a shift about 3/4 of the way, and he's talking about another rapture, okay? So I learned this. This is a personal revelation to me. I'm not going to make a video about it. I'm not smart enough to back up what God dropped in my heart. But now I believe there is 2 raptures. There's a pre-tribulation rapture, and there's a post-tribulation rapture. I can fuddle my way through explaining it, but I wouldn't be very good at it, okay? But I now believe it. And this is a very big turn in my spiritual walk. I was so pre-trib that I was convinced if you were a post-trib, you deserve to be a post-trib. You should go to hell. Okay? I'm on the first team. I'm on that team.
Yeah.
Okay?
Right.
And
right.
God diffused it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think he used more than 3 or 4 words. Okay?
Mm.
But boy, those words grew to the point
Wow.
where it just festered, and it
Right.
gave me a new understanding. I don't think there's a lot of people on this planet that would accept what I just said. Okay? So if you study it through, it is there. It is clear as day. But until God turns that light bulb on, you're in the dark. Okay? You're going to be pre-trib, and I am pre-trib. I totally am 100% pre-trib. Okay? But now I'm 100% post-trib also. There's 2 raptures. That shuts everybody up.
Right.
You have no recourse at this point. Okay?
Right.
So that was a teaching that he dropped, and I'm passionate about that. So
That's
God
the thing.
dropped
You're very passionate.
God dropped the teaching in your heart, and it's a complete life lesson in your case. Okay? It's you've experienced the walk, you know, and you've experienced the healing, and it's going to take a pretty big man to come against what's going on with the passion in your heart. That's why I said when you got mad, let's remember to turn some things over to God. Okay?
Yeah.
Because sometimes we elevate ourselves to being in the right. Like I'm pre-trib, I'm right. I'm 100% right, okay? Well, God wiped that out in less than 10 seconds. Okay?
Yeah, so these are when you see people debating, when I see believers debating around, let's just say, let's say young Earth creation, versus, the, typical Christian creation view. Okay.
Can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Before you leave, Basia, don't get mad at what I just said. You can go to Google and put in 2 raptures, and you could read I did that, okay? And you could read a much better biblical explanation than what I just did.
And I think what you're saying, is much more nuanced as well, so I think that, would be
I got a text that Slide
listening to.
landed safely. That's what I
Oh,
was.
good.
I did.
I'm so glad.
I
I'm so
didn't
glad.
interrupt you before, but that she texted
That's
me.
good.
She just landed
So
and she lost her
good.
luggage. All that
Okay.
talk about what
So
am I going to take? It's all gone.
forget it. You're toast. You're toast. So when you have these two believers, I know one, a young Earth creationist, I think would be somebody like Hugh Ross, and I can't remember the other gentleman, but these are two Christians who are debating
Bo, somebody
how old
bow
the
or
Earth
Bo.
is.
Yeah.
And so, okay, one is saying I'm passionate about believing the Earth is young, and the other person is saying I'm passionate about, a different viewpoint. They have their both their
Billions of
viewpoints,
years. Billions of
and they're
years
based on,
versus
and they're both
6,000
based on.
years versus a
Uh-huh.
billion. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So one of them gets very aggressive,
Hmm.
over
We were
talks.
we were talking that word just a half hour ago. Aggressive, you know.
Yeah, and this is what I think you were talking about a second ago too. Is I he's getting mad. He's just
Hmm.
getting mad, And again, I felt hurt, and my way of turning it over was to get some space, right? But what this person did is he was just mad, and you should see the way that he was, because of this passionate thing that you and I have. He was being, I think, reckless with his passion,
Mm.
and he was being not only was he being aggressive, but he was also being inappropriate, and wasn't letting the other guy talk. And he would get up and he'd have his Bible in his hand, Peter, and he would put it in front of the guy's face and he would say, "Tell me where it says it right here. Tell me this. Tell me where it says it in this book." I mean, he was being so argumentative. And Hugh Ross was just saying, "Can you calm down?"
Good point.
He's a very, very, very patient man, very soothing. And he's a scientist. He's a Christian scientist,
And
basically. And he's like
he's gentle. He's stable. You know.
very gentle and stable. And he was like, can you let me speak? Can you let me speak? He just kept saying the same thing. And this guy didn't know how to handle his passion, Peter.
Yeah.
He didn't know how to care for his passion. And so that's an example to me of somebody who needs to learn how to contain their passion, and because you're
Also
right, in that
called
moment.
anger management. Also anger
Yeah, I
management.
mean,
So
he wasn't turning anything over to God in that moment. I
no.
mean, I think he was doing what you said. He was being the big guy. He wasn't acknowledging, you know, um, God in the moment. He was in charge in the moment. So, that's basically what was happening. And it's
Some people think they need to defend God, like God can't defend himself. You know.
yeah, right, right.
You know.
That's true.
It's they get mad, they get frustrated, and their anger
Yeah.
rises up, and that is their that comes from their childhood. Like you go back to what you were saying, the child. Even though you, it took me a second to realize what you were saying.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
you kept deferring to child, and I'm thinking like this is an adult situation until you brought it around. You're
Hmm.
speaking to the child in the adult, okay,
Hmm.
because that part didn't grow up, you know.
That's right. That's right.
So it took me a
Yeah.
while for that light bulb to go on. So
That's it. There are underdeveloped parts of us.
mm-hmm.
I have underdeveloped parts of me, and sometimes they get activated. Sometimes they come up. Like, I guarantee you that it's not the last time that I'm going to feel abandonment by my wife. It's a pretty heavy thing. It's a pretty heavy statement to make. But because I experienced such abandonment in my childhood, when I feel like she's not empathizing me in a moment where I feel like I really need her to empathize,
Right.
and she doesn't, I can feel totally abandoned by her. That is a wound that I brought up from my childhood. Now, I'm aware of it now. I know how to navigate through it much better now. It doesn't paralyze me. I, so, but it's there, Peter.
Yeah.
It's there. It's kind of like what you were saying about the Apostle Paul. He didn't forget about those things he did. He didn't forget. Just like I didn't forget about.
He came to the realization, okay,
Yes.
of what turned
Yeah.
out to be the gospel. Okay.
Totally.
You
Totally.
can't fix it. Somebody else has to come in and handle it. And man is not
That's right.
equipped to hear that. Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody, or not everybody, but I've heard so many times the gospel is so simple. But it's not simple. What's true is you are a fallen being. Unless
Yeah.
you get rescued, there's no hope. So stop
That's right.
looking for that little piece that you gave $20 last week in the church, or even scripture. You can't give a man a glass of cold water without a reward in heaven. Oh, well, I gave a
Yep.
glass of cold water. There's some good in me. Well, what's the answer? There is no good in you. Okay,
Yeah.
it's a hard thing to
Exactly
hear that there is no
Yeah.
good in you. I don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one of my weaknesses, like you said, you will revisit something again. Okay, that triggered a switch. I go through these, and I'm kind of confessing a little bit here. Okay, and don't anybody try to rise up to fix me. I'm not fixable. Okay, I go through this round every so often where I feel I'm worthless. I don't even need to be here. There's no reason for me to exist.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it'll be a circle that I go through, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Until I start to use some new tools that God taught me, which he didn't say, "Oh, you're wonderful enough where I died for you." No. He basically agrees with me. I'm worthless. So finish it out. Declare yourself worthless, and come to the Savior, because he will put
Done
his
me.
worth in me.
Depend
Now
on
we
me.
got
Yeah.
something cooking. Okay?
That's right.
So,
That's right.
it's just like, some of my family says, "Oh, we are this, we are subject to depression. All of us is in our family. We have a history of depression and stuff, you know." And I could see that rising up, and I start to think, what good am I? What good did I do? The very first command that God gave man, be fruitful and multiply. I never got married. I never multiplied. So the very first thing he said to man, all the way back at the beginning,
I didn't
chapter
either.
1,
Yeah.
okay,
Mhm.
I never fulfilled. So
Mhm.
that starts to fester and roll like a snowball.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Right.
And then this is what I used to do. I used to flip it. What if I did do everything right? Would I go into God's face and say, "I have done everything right"? That's like that rich young ruler where Jesus, he said to Jesus, "What do I have to do to get eternal life?" He says, "Do this, obey your parents." That. And the rich young ruler said, "I've done all that." That's one of the best jokes in the Bible. He probably didn't do any of it, okay? Because the rich young
Right.
ruler
Right.
looked at Jesus in his face and told him,
Yeah.
"I have done all that from my youth." What a
Mhm.
freaking liar, okay?
Mhm.
And Jesus, he fixed him real quick,
Yeah.
right in the
Yeah.
wallet. "I'll give everything that you have away to the poor and follow me."
Wait a minute.
Kaboom! Talk about, God is really funny sometimes. God
Totally.
will
Totally.
take every single man and reduce him to nothing.
Yep.
Okay? But he doesn't leave us there.
Yeah.
He says, "I
Yeah.
have something to give you. I have something to
Yep.
give you.
Mhm.
My whole self. I give my
Yep.
whole life up for you." And what a
Yeah.
gift. Okay?
Yeah,
So,
it's radical when we truly like this is another thing I think when you look at a lot of this is in general, we're taught how to deal with our suffering, but again, what does it look like to rejoice in our suffering? And it's so important that we act that out. We apply that to our suffering right now. Suffering is relative, obviously. But if we don't choose to face our suffering with rejoicing, turning to Him, then we don't experience, we can't tap into the perseverance that He says He promises to give us,
Yeah.
you know? And if we don't experience that perseverance that He says, I will give you, then we don't get to His character being deposited in us in that next step. And if we don't get to that step, then we don't experience the hope that you're talking about right now.
Yeah.
You know, and the
And
hope
these are
is
not 30-second answers. Some of us go through a long period to get
Yep.
that whittled down, to get it rubbed out.
Absolutely.
And even after
Absolutely.
it's done, you'll get another man that looks very holy, very godly, that'll come in and disagree with you, try to wipe out everything that God's done.
That's
That's
right.
why
That's right.
I'm careful. Like, you believe very passionate about one thing, not one thing, about a certain process. I'm not fully briefed on what it is, but I need to be careful not to rain on your parade, because God is working with you the way He wants to work with you. What business do I have getting involved with that? God is doing a work in you. Actually, there's a scripture. God is faithful and just to complete the good work He has begun in you. So that's one of the scriptures when I get depressed. God has
Yeah, that's
started a
good,
good work
Peter.
in me.
That's good.
Where the hell is that good
Yeah.
work? I don't know sometimes.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it's like, you know, you probably see it like this. I hope you do, but I mean, your Christmas room is a ministry. You
Yes, that's why it's
you
there.
bring a lot of joy and hope to the people that you know, that you connect with, Peter. You know, so it's like there's
Let's file that down just a little bit.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm not doing anything. God is using this to turn
That's
on
right.
light bulbs in 100 different brains or hearts.
Yeah,
Okay?
and you're being obedient, and you're being
Yeah.
obedient.
Now, what God is doing with you is He uses you many times to say, you do count, Peter. This is what you've been doing, and you try to encourage me, and you do a good job. And when I get into those ruts, I kind of remember your words. How did that man see that in me? But then I got to be careful that I don't pick that up as my own righteousness, because God had told me
Yeah.
what He thought about my righteousness.
Yeah.
It's already written down.
Yeah.
My righteousness is as
Yeah.
bad as filthy rags. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I
there's
think I,
Go ahead.
I think for some of us, we need to not worry about being about being prideful or righteous. I think a lot of us have to be more worried about being in our shame.
Yeah.
Like
And seeing it.
I will beat myself up over the head. That is my issue. I will beat myself over the head with shame or guilt or something like that. You know, I'm not going to, I'm not concerned that I will make this thing about me, because that's not been my issue. My issue hasn't been self-righteousness in that way. My self-righteousness has come by being in self-pity and shame.
Right. And that is a
You know,
self-righteousness. I do
it
it
is.
too. Yes.
Exactly. It's totally about me.
Yeah.
And
And reverse it.
same thing.
Try
It's
reversing that when you're going through it, Carlos. I'm just
what's
talking
that?
me and you right now. Try
Yeah.
and reverse it. Flip it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
When you're going through it. What if I wasn't those things that I'm shaming myself with? Would I feel like I've arrived? Would I feel, let's say, everything that I think is wrong with me got fixed? I would still be a sinner that needs to be saved by grace in
Sure.
Christ
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
doesn't fix
Exactly.
me. It doesn't fix
Right.
me. So
Right.
basically, that whole track is a lie. Because
hmm
if you did it completely wrong, you lose. If you did it completely right, you lose. Okay? It's only Jesus that will take you out of Adam and move you over into Jesus that will make any change. Okay?
Right.
So you can have all these different religions, that try to get men to beat themselves up and better themselves and to come around over and over in reincarnation. You can't ever escape the fact that by one man, sin entered all of us. And by one man, righteousness entered all of us. So when you were before Christ, you didn't doubt you were a sinner. But why do you doubt that you're righteous after you're in Christ? Okay? So people don't walk around saying, I doubt, that I'm a sinner or this. I think I'm a sinner. I'm going to hell. I mean, you'll see it on YouTube videos, and they're proud of it. I'm going to hell is what they will proclaim. And I'm going, you're right. So, but
you remember it was a lot. It was one of Wormwood's and Screwtape's strategies in the Screwtape letters. It was one of his strategies after the man gave his life to Christ. Remember how angry Screwtape got at Wormwood. It's like, your job was to keep him from getting to know his creator, and you failed. And he said, now we got to go to plan B. So plan B is this.
Self-destruction.
Let's, tomorrow morning when he gets up, I want you to whisper in his ear when he looks in the mirror that he's doing pretty good. Okay? I want you to whisper in your ears that he's doing it.
Good point.
That's self-righteous. I want you to start making him, believe that. I want you to try it. Don't let him connect with that it's what you're saying, Peter. He didn't want him to connect with what you're saying. He wanted it to make that he's doing better because of the things that he's doing.
I make the world a better place. I make the world a better place.
Interesting strategy. I mean, that's exactly what you're saying. It's like, no, doesn't matter. I could do everything as perfect as I can today. And I think this, again, I love to go back to the Apostle Paul because I think this is what made him so influential. I think it was because he was so in touch, and I don't think he could have been as in touch with his depravity if he didn't do what he did. If he wasn't Saul of Tarsus, I don't think that Paul would have been so crazy for Jesus the way that he was.
God picked him.
He picked, I mean, come on, dude. He did. I mean, that was because he was so adamant. I mean, you just love when somebody is complimenting Paul and saying, Paul, you're such a great man. And Paul's like, you don't know who I am. It's like, you have no idea what I've done. You can't. I mean, he even admits that he's the chief of sinners. He's like, come on, dude. You don't. I think that if I was around when Paul said that, I would have said, Paul, don't say that.
You would have become that psychologist that you are. This man needs a little help, right?
I would say, Paul, don't say that. You are. And he would have probably said, get behind me, Satan. You know what I mean? It's to be like.
Well, here's the challenge to anybody. Look at every interaction that Jesus had with every person. And Jesus does the same exact thing in different ways. Okay? You have the rich young ruler. Okay? Jesus strips him down to, you need only Jesus. You can even take it to the, have you heard of the term, the royal commandment? When they said to Jesus, what's the best commandment and this and that?
Oh, yes, sure.
And now I just heard a sermon on that this week from the Easter week in the Greek church. Okay? Oh, God, this guy is so wrong. Here's what God told us is the greatest. Here's what Jesus presented to us as the best commandment, above all the other commandments. Love the Lord your God with all your heart and love your neighbor as yourself. And we take that as words of wisdom, and all they are is words of condemnation. You cannot love the Lord your God with all your heart. Okay? It's not possible. Yeah. You can't love your neighbor like you love yourself. And yet they preach it like this is the answer to living a Christian life. And what he's telling you is without Christ, you're nothing. Without his finished work, on the cross, you're nothing. And it can't go any further than that sentence. Okay? It's a hard thing to hear. You are nothing. So if you were sitting there and you were listening to this man empty his heart out to you, the right thing to tell him is, you're right, you're a piece of crap. That's why Jesus came. Now, you can't do that as a psychologist, okay? You wouldn't get very far. But that's what Jesus did.
Yeah, I can say we. And a lot of times I do that, because, it's true.
Every single person that crossed Jesus's path, okay, what do I have to do to get eternal life? Nicodemus. Unless a man is born again, meaning there's nothing about you that's good. You got to have a new birth. Okay?
Yep.
How do I get to heaven? The blind man, if I got into the water, my eyes would be healed and this and that. And Jesus says, well, do you want that? And the guy's answer was, I don't have a man to put me in the water. Okay? And Jesus basically told him, you're never going to get healed, sucker. It's going to take a healer, and that's me. Okay? God strips out every part of us, which is a painful process. Okay?
Yep.
I don't want to see more of me. I've seen some of the mistakes I've made. They can make me cry. Okay? But the good news is, he didn't leave me there. I don't know why. He should have. Now, here's my negative coming in. He should have looked at and said, you are a big freaking failure. Okay?
Yeah.
And
that's
he didn't. I don't know why he loves me.
Yeah.
It's not, and that's almost coming into self-righteousness. Okay?
Yeah.
A little bit there, just a touch. But I'm talking in reality, should have started over. He doesn't need me. Okay? He should have cleaned the slate and started over. Okay? When Adam and Eve fell, he should have started over. And here's the secret. He did start over. Israel was waiting for a savior. He gave a whole new race of being. Those that go in Christ are in Christ. Those that stay in Adam are in Adam. There is no in between. There's no way to be a little bit pregnant. Okay, now how do we tie this in with what you're doing with men? We're trying to help each other while we're walking this walk, and we do have to walk it. You could lay in bed for the rest of your life, or you can get up, clean up, go to work, come home, enjoy your wife, your children, your dog. We do have to walk the walk, okay? And this is what you're doing. You're helping the men in a particular target walking the walk, because we have an enemy that is destroying what a man is in his own mind, okay?
Right.
And then we haven't even touched on sex, because part of being a man is a sexual point. It's a sexual aspect, okay? And that can screw up a guy all by itself, But most of the people that are out there, they don't have a problem with sex. It's a private thing. I'm going to have sex, and I'm going to keep it off to the side, and it's going to be private. Now, Carlos, you tell me how to be more masculine. No. Let's go back over to the sex a few minutes, okay? We do need to talk about that, okay? No, that's personal. That's private. I got that covered. I do sex. Fantastic. I'm good at it.
Yeah.
Well, there's the surfacing of the first problem is you're not good at it. My bet is that you're not good at it. Okay?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I know I'm getting pretty deep here, so sorry. Thank God we've only got
there's a lot of
4
stuff.
people
We're
here.
gonna have to keep talking about this in our next 10-hour live stream next time.
How many hours have we gone here?
I don't know, but we're long. I'm gonna have to hit it.
Yeah.
And we're way
Me
over.
too.
Peter, this is so fun though. It was so fun talking to you, man, and diving deep into our stuff. And
I'm always watching
man.
to see where I'm insulting you, and you never look like you're being insulted. So
you don't, Peter. I don't.
Oh,
I don't.
good.
I don't ever feel insulted by you. Nothing.
Oh, good. Or you're
'cause you're not
hiding
an
it real good.
No, you're not an insulting person. Maybe that's part of what you need
I
to
don't
hear
wanna be.
too. You're not an insulting. You're an assertive person. I think that you can be very passionate, but you're not insulting, Peter.
That's
You're
good.
not inappropriate and insulting at all. That's why I never feel that from you. What I feel from you
good.
is I feel love and I feel grace. Okay, like it's something I heard. There's a, I forget where her, Aaliyah, I forget her, but the one of
A
the
name?
most famous atheist apologists in the world. She's right there with Richard Dawkins. In fact, he was her mentor.
Hmm.
She came out about a month ago that she's a Christian.
She just decided
And
that, or she's revealing that?
she gave her life to Christ. She
Oh,
is
okay.
a believer. And she was at a conference recently, at a conference with Richard Dawkins, and they're basically, it's a
At odds.
conference with thousands of atheists, basically, in the audience. And this is what she shared in that time. She says, I no longer believe in the things I used to believe. After my studies, I cannot reject, the truth that God exists and that Jesus Christ died for me. I mean, it was unbelievable. This is a premier atheist that used to be an atheist. And one of the things she said that stood out to me so much is one of the things that convinced her of Christianity is because she says Christianity is obsessed with love.
Ah, that's beautiful.
Isn't that beautiful? And
That
so
is
that's what I
beautiful.
feel for me. Whenever you talk and whenever you say something that you think might, maybe hurt my feelings or somebody else's feelings, I just hear it coming out of love. And so that's why I love talking to you, Peter.
That's cool. I love talking to you. That's actually,
It's a lot of fun, man.
and I'm very
So,
grateful to you because you stepped in to give me some help when you didn't have to. You should have washed your hands of the situation. You know, how many miles
mm,
apart are we? 5,000? I don't even know. How far is it from
I know,
Miami to
right? I
California? Right?
know.
You
We're
should have
like
just
three.
walked
Yeah,
away, and you didn't. You stepped in above and beyond, and I'm grateful for that. Now, I
well,
also
yeah,
believe that God provided somebody. Okay,
totally.
you know
Absolutely.
that
Absolutely. Good
so,
stuff,
but I
Peter.
am grateful.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate hanging with you. And
Yes,
you're up way later than I am. So, um,
yeah. Thank God I can't see the time. Let's see what it is. 3:20. Not bad. Now,
get some breakfast.
here's the thing. When I
Uh,
finish, I'm going to have to figure out what went wrong in this room tonight, but I'm going to bed and I will figure it out tomorrow. Okay?
There you go. Because God's in
Yeah,
control. All right, brother.
absolutely. All
We'll talk
right.
soon, Peter.
All right.
Bye, man.
Say good
See ya.
night.
Good night, everybody. Whoever's watching, be blessed. Peter's praying
Amen.
for you.
I do. I do pray. All right. Good night.
Night.
Carlos is such a mild, sweet man, but you can tell by watching him and stuff like that. You don't want to get on his bad side, but if he beats the crap out of you, it's going to be in a sweet, gentle way. Okay, there's just something about that. But he is ethnic. I'm ethnic. I'm Greek. He's Latin, and uh, we have an anger. We have a passion. Every ethnic group has that, you know. So tonight went in all kinds of crazy ways, but it was very enjoyable. And I believe this show is just there for certain people to watch that need to hear it. It's not basically for the general public, because who in their right mind is going to settle in with a 5-hour show? I could raise my hand and say I wouldn't. Okay, I can't think of the last 5-hour show that I actually sat there and watched. I don't even know. Did we go 5 hours? I can't see it. Yeah, we crossed the 5 hours. Is that a 5 or a 6? It's got to be a 5. Okay, because what time is it? It's 3 o'clock. So I started a little after 10 tonight, maybe 10:15, because we had a very rocky opening. And this show can go in any direction. This is not a channel that is dedicated for cameras. We enjoy talking about cameras. It's one of my favorite topics, okay? And that's why we do talk about cameras. but we are not limited to cameras. Tonight we were talking about Jesus. We were talking about the masculinity of the male. We were talking about, I don't know, all kinds of things. I can't even remember right now. Started off by having an attack of a swarm of something, bees, wasps, or something that knocked the electricity out of this room. Now what do I do? Okay? I had to actually stop and laugh out loud as my own way of therapy, because I haven't experienced that before. And here we have, from a catastrophic situation, we have a 5-hour show. Is God good or what? That's amazing. I expected to be on an hour and get the heck off. I need to find out how I lost electricity. What is it that's broken? Okay. And how do I keep it from happening again? And instead, we talked about Jesus. Who is this Jesus that can invade a YouTube video like that and just turn it around and turn it into something he wants to be done? I'm not saying I was right about everything I said tonight. Heck, wouldn't surprise me if I was only right about half of it, okay? But the show continued, and God got his way, and that is what we wanted. So on that basis, I'm going to say goodnight. I'm probably going to say hello to the refrigerator between here and my bed, because I'm kind of built that way. Me and the refrigerator have a little bit of a relationship going on. So anyway, I'm going to say goodnight. Going to get the mouse that I use to log me out and say goodnight to you. I love you guys. Pray for me, because I do pray for you. How do I pray for you? I take my prayer journal. I've written names in there, and I bring anybody that's come to this show and bring them to the table. So, the prayer table. All right, on that, I'm going to say goodnight. Love you. Bye-bye.